Morning, good morning. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Amakhala Game Reserve, and of course, your experience with Escape to Nature this morning. We do hope you're all well. So, yeah, we're coming to you from Amakhala Game Reserve, and then Ralph is out in Kariga, and I think it's Alex who's on the dam cameras. So, definitely something to be looking forward to this morning. Remember, we are 100% live and we are also interactive, which means you are able to send us questions at any time you want, and we would love to hear from you, absolutely. And a great way to start the morning is we have got two lionesses which are just on the ridge side, and it's going to be a great day of viewing these lionesses, I'm pretty sure. So good. Thank you for joining us, and I hope you have a good time. Good show. I think a cruiser is just going to pass us here. We'll just let them pass for the time being. Okay, and just to let you know, we've been watching these lionesses for quite some time now, and they are just on the edge of the ridge now. We're on Ridge Road, not too far from Aloe Lookout and Buzzards View, and definitely a great place, a very great place to view these lionesses. Lovely sighting. And then just to give you an update on our surroundings, we've been facing some weird weather this morning. This morning we woke up pretty sunny. Looked like, okay, it's going to be a nice hot day. Then the clouds suddenly appeared, and we're having spots of drizzle and rain throughout the reserve. And the reserve really needs some more moisture, so we're definitely happy that it is raining out here. Very good for the bush, but sometimes not so good for the broadcasting side of things. But Mother Nature needs water, and the bush needs to get green, and this is the rainy season now. Justin, hello. Thank you. Thank you for that comment. It is. It's the very good way of starting the experience this morning by having two beautiful lionesses that, yeah, lots and lots of people are following these lionesses, and they'd like to know more about them and get to know them as the days roll on. And we had a few queries about the cubs in the Sunrise Drive. So we haven't seen the cubs in a few days at least, but they are all okay. And these lionesses, in fact, are not too far from the den site. Pretty much below them in the Bushman's River, which is dry. They found a nice little spot for them where they hide their little cubs. Up until now, they have been away from the cubs for about 3 days. So they managed to kill a kudu, these lionesses, and they've been feeding here and there. And it does seem like they're interested in making their way down back towards those cubs. Myself and Morgan were actually having a chat. It's just amazing how the cubs, they know to stand still and not to move around too much. But in the meantime, let's have a look at what the weather's doing in the different areas. Okay, I'm just going to let you enjoy the sighting. You can watch, and I'm going to tone down just a little bit. Morning, Nancy. For a lot of the country, it is the rainy season. Main rainfalls in the summer, but in the Eastern Cape, there's also winter rainfall, so all year rainfall. But the most of it does fall in the summer months. If you head further west towards the Western Cape, where Morgan is from, it's mainly the winter rain out there. So yeah, from region to region, it's a little bit different. And if you go up into sort of like the further north areas, like the Sabi Sands and the Kruger National Park and those sort of areas, Nelspruit, Hoedspruit, majority of their rainfall is in the summer months and quite dry in the winter months. Although there can be rain there in the winter. And just watching the position of these lionesses over here, it sort of brings back a memory from when I used to guide in the Timbavati Game Reserve. Spent a morning tracking with one of the guides out there, Robbie, and we managed to find the Sorbili Pride on top of an area called Leopard's Leap. And this sort of reminds me of that, and we had a great visual out there. Very similar scene. Now, it's interesting that lioness has got her head up and she's staring down into the basin. So I can almost say that the male lion is probably already down there, just wandering around. Very beautiful. In the distance, I can hear an African pipit. It's actually one of my favorite bird calls. I really enjoy it. Paul, good morning. Thanks for your message and your question there. So, yeah, it's a very cool day today. It's not hot and the sun is not blaring upon them. So, anytime they can get up and move around a little bit. Uh, but, most of the activities they do at night, the books do say that lions are nocturnal, but from reserve to reserve, it can be area specific and reserve specific. And these lionesses do move around during the day, believe it. They actually made a kill on that kudu during the day, which is very, very interesting. But I would say when we say active, meaning that they're going to move around and be fully awake, probably later on this afternoon and then during the night period as well. But they have been absent from the cubs for some time. So I'm sure when they go down to the den site and spend some time with the cubs, they should be there for a little bit of a while, just to socialize with them. And remember, they have had a kudu kill, so they are semi-full and not much more reason to move around. But don't be surprised if they go back to that kudu carcass as well. And that could happen. Yeah, so they caught a full-grown kudu bull by the looks of it. So quite a substantial amount of food for them. Look at this, such a nice scene this really, really is. And I just wish I had a good camera and I could take some photos. I think it's just lovely how if you look at the back of their ears, you know, those black patches, almost like eyeballs in a way. So they will use this as a following mechanism. This is an ideal following mechanism. If you think about it, they are sort of tanned in color and they get these pitch black ears. So when walking through the bush, and if there are any cubs or other individuals in the pride and they want to stay together, they will look for each other through those black ears over there. And I have noticed during the hunting processes, of course, when they're hunting and the lionesses want to communicate with each other in some way, they can't vocalize. Otherwise, what's going to happen? The prey is going to hear it and then run away. So just the subtle communications, flicking of an ears, sometimes blinking and winking, flicking the tails, it's all subtle communication.
The Explorers program brings nature lovers together and helps share authentic wildlife experiences with the world. Explorers receive so many great benefits, including a chance to watch completely ad-free, luxury travel prizes, access to behind-the-scenes content, and don't forget the weekly newsletter filled with inside information. Explorer subscriptions are available in monthly, 6-monthly, and yearly on our website.
Really looking forward to the day when the cubs start to move around with the pride and they start moving around the reserve. That's going to be a day to remember, absolutely. And just to let you know, the cubs were born on the 17th of September And so they are getting big now and more experienced. And in a few months, we can expect them to start moving around with the pride actively. Nancy, morning. Not here in Amakhala. No, this is a game reserve, self-sustaining system, self-sustaining game reserve. But I know there is an area called Born Free, which is just north of us, and they do have a rehabilitation center there. And then the next one, probably maybe Port Elizabeth, around about there, but not here in Amakhala. No, nothing like that on Amakhala. Although Dr. William Folds, who is the quite a world-renowned veterinary, wildlife veterinary, he actually is based on Amakhala at Liebenbosch, and he is around here, and he does a lot of veterinary work around the Eastern Cape area. You know, a lot of conservation and a lot of protected species, and he's done a bit of work. But as I say, it's a self-sustaining system. So if there are any injured animals out here or anything like that, Mother Nature must take its course. Because if you can imagine, if say a giraffe or an impala for that matter, they've got a broken leg or something, and a vet goes there and helps that impala, you are essentially taking food away from the predators and scavengers, and that's not very fair, is it? And those that do survive the injuries, they're going to be stronger for it. They're going to have tip-top genetics, and that's what nature's all about. Oh, and Tavi, thank you. Oh, that's awesome of you to say that. Thank you very much. Glad you're enjoying it. Yeah, no, Amakhala, all reserves, they've all got something special to offer. So I know I've spent a lot of years out here in Amakhala, but I'm not gonna go and say that nowhere else is better. Each area has got their own charms, and Amakhala offers something special. Djuma offers something special. Every single reserve offers something special. At the end of the day, it's just one of those things that is just lovely to know that there are special reserves out there. All of them are special. And just to give you a little bit of history while you're on that, so Amakhala is actually previous cattle farms. Just over 25 years ago, used to be cattle farms, etc. And that all changed, and is the four founding families of Amakhala, who used to be farmers out here. They still own the land, and they are active in ecotourism and conservation now. And this is why Amakhala is here. So all this beauty that you're seeing, we can thank the four founding families. So that will be the Folds family, the Gush family, the Hart family, and there is one more, the Weeks family. And it's a ginormous reserve as well. Not small at all. Roughly about 10,000 hectares, just under. So it's a good land size, that. So they've just put their head down, or that one lioness has just put the head down. Sort of the back is arching a little bit. Ah, it's very peaceful out here, Haley. Very peaceful. With all the different birds calling, and a combination of this beautiful escarpment sort of drop-off ridge. Plus the dramatic weather. Very peaceful out here. I still remember the first day that I came to Amakhala. It was in 2015, when I came and joined the Vets Go Wild, and the Bushman's River was in full flow back then, and I needed to fetch a vehicle, and so I had to go through an area called Ndlovu Crossing, which is bone dry at the moment. But I remember, oh, nice spot, Morgan. I think Morgan has spotted something for you. I hope it sticks around. Ah, you got them, Morgan? Well done, man. Oh, they just left now. So it looked like the Cape Weaver in full breeding plumage, but they have taken off. As you pointed on them, they took off. That sounds about right. That usually happens. Yeah, so I was saying, as I got to the Ndlovu Crossing, I was looking at the water flowing, and I thought, no, I'm never going to be able to get through here. Too much water. And when I look at it now, it's bone dry. So we look forward to the river flowing again. And it's amazing how that lioness almost looks like a termite mound. And she's fast asleep up there. Susie, morning. I'll be honest with you, to answer your question correctly, there is a little bit, but the conservation team have really dealt with that quite well, and it's very seldomly that you do see the alien vegetation out here. So some of the alien vegetation that is, somewhat around is the Mexican prickly pear, which was brought in roughly in the 1820s by, farmers so that they could grow it, mulch it, and then feed it to the cattle, but not really realizing the effect that it was going to have on the future. And if you don't clear that stuff, it will definitely dominate a game reserve. But you very seldomly see it out here, and so that has been dealt with very, very well. The occasional lantana, which is coming from Australia. And there's one more. Because this was old farmland, you might find that there might be the odd silver oak tree and blue gum tree, although the blue gum trees have been pushed over by elephants. And so I haven't seen a blue gum tree here in a long time. And yeah, that's as much as I can think of. Yeah, I think that's all of it. Now, the problem with prickly pear is that branches propagate. So with the prickly pear, the branches propagate. So if you take a branch of a prickly pear and you just throw it onto the ground, that is likely to grow in itself and become a tree. And so, there are elephants out here and they do feed on prickly pear, and they can spread it because those branches fall out their mouths and then it starts to grow. So, insect called a cochineal beetle, which was introduced from Mexico to deal with that plant and doing wonders, doing great jobs. And perhaps a lot of you haven't heard of the cochineal beetle before, but I can promise you now, you probably know it. If you look at the red dyes, colorants, also cosmetics, so red lipsticks and makeup is usually from the dye from the cochineal beetle, which is bright red. And then the English soldiers back in the day, they used to have red blazers, and that was dyed by the cochineal beetle dye. And they're doing a wonderful job out here. Let me just stick around and see if this lioness doesn't pop her head up. So most of the safari vehicles have commenced or finished their game drives and headed back to the camp, but there is the odd one still out. So just to let you know that Amakhala does offer so many different activities here. One of those is the day safari activity. So for the people that can't stay the night for whatever reason, they can come out here for a game drive, get an experienced field guide. You go out for a few hours, and then you go back to the lodge, have a bit of lunch, and then head on your way. They also offer horse trails out in Amakhala, night safaris, bird watching safaris. They used to offer boat safaris, but the river is dry now, so that's not an option right now. But yeah, rain will come and the river will flow. Oh, so it's Lisa on the waterhole. I thought it was Alex. But never mind. In the meantime, I'm going to send you to Lisa, who's at Juma Waterhole at the moment.
Good morning, Andrew. Wakey, wakey. Yes, we are currently at the Juma Dam Cam, and as always, I am observing our different water holes. But these Egyptian geese have, as always, just been super, super noisy. So we just had two fighting. Actually, we just missed it. But of course, as always, they are very entertaining. My name is Lisa, and as I mentioned, I am one of your waterhole naturalists. So yes, hopefully we are going to have a lot of beautiful sightings today at our various waterholes, and hopefully see a lot of different interactions, animals, learn different things about all of these things, which of course makes it so much more exciting. There's always something new to see and hear and observe. So I'm super, super excited. And I think this is one of my favorite things when it comes to birding, because the different colors the birds have, even when you compare it when they are in breeding season and not in breeding season, they're always just so spectacular to observe. And of course, birds can see extremely well, so that is why they actually have the extra coloration and different patterns and all of that. That is, of course, a defense mechanism, but predominantly attraction purposes that serve. Just like these pretty Egyptian geese. Pretty but noisy. Jamie, good morning, and thank you so much for your question. You would like to know what's been my most memorable sighting so far. So, last week, I was also monitoring the dam cams, of course, and unfortunately our Zoomies was not able to access the Juma dam cam on that day. So I was busy observing the different water holes, and then I just saw a quick glimpse of something. And then I had actually spotted a leopard, which eventually sat down in a bush. So I was super impressed with myself. It was literally just a right time, right place thing. And yeah, so last week I spotted a leopard, Mr. Marips. And then Cedric also got to spend some time with him. So that has been my most memorable sighting so far at the water holes. Of course, in my career, I've had various, too many to even start mentioning them. But yes, as a naturalist, that's always the exciting thing. There's always going to be a next best one. You'll never just have one favorite sighting for the rest of your life. It just always progresses, and it just keeps getting better and better. I'm going to show all of you how many geese there are actually around. There's some more. I have not yet spotted the parents with their little ones. I'm still looking for them. Look at these two. They shall be flamingos for the day. And then actually just in the bush here at the back of this beautiful dead tree, Mr. Marips did catch his hare last week and he devoured it just here at the back. Ooh, there's something at the back actually. Just want to sue. It's a squirrel! Two of them. They are either fighting or cleaning each other. Oh, goodness. Looks like they are busy with something else. Bow chickie wow wow. Or they could just be playing, who knows. But off they go. Let's see what else is around the water hole. But yes, last week I was taught a very valuable lesson, and as always, I do try to look at literally every bush and every corner. But yes, since I spotted Marips last week, I said to myself, you have to check literally every bush, every tree. You never know what might be lurking around. It is just so incredible to see the bush already transforming into its various green colorations and just completely becoming lush. Of course, that does make it a little bit tricky to actually spot the animals, especially something like a leopard or a lion that might be lying down. But yes, I'm utterly excited to see what this rain season will bring forth. Nolene, so you would like to know what predates on Egyptian geese. So pretty much, if a leopard can catch them, or even lions, I've seen lions catch an Egyptian goose. Of course, predators are opportunistic, but even bigger birds of prey, I should say. So like a martial eagle. I've seen a martial eagle feast on an Egyptian goose. So really your bigger cats, but again, they are able to fly the Egyptian geese, so it's not an easy task necessarily, but yes, also your bigger birds of prey. Just want to have a look at these trees. We currently have 2 red-billed hornbills that are nesting literally just behind this bushy area in the tree. And I've been checking it this morning. The male has been out and then going back to feed the mom and the little ones. I don't know if the little ones have hatched actually, because this is what hornbills will do. They will actually go into a tree stump, the female, and then she will lay the eggs. And she actually plucks out some of her feathers during this time. And the male will be on the outside. And so he will be providing the food, she will be providing the shelter and the bedding and safety for the little ones. And whilst he's outside, he will actually get insects and stuff like that to feed them through the whole of that area or that home, I guess. Because you can't really say it's the nest itself. The nest itself is in the tree. I just want to have a look. He has been coming and going the whole morning, but it's tricky to see. It's literally in this tree stump, but behind the bush. There he is. He might be getting a whole buffet for the family now. I just want to see what birdie landed right at the top. If we can actually get to it. It is a dove. Alrighty, let's see what else is happening here in Djuma. You can see it's a very gloomy day, overcast. But you never know, that might again promise some predators for us. Perhaps some activity, you never know. or perhaps even elephants. You know, we tend to think that elephants won't enjoy the water on this sort of gloomy, coldish days, but then sometimes they surprise us. Just want to have a look. See, I'm not sure if I'm looking at something or... No! It is the lesser spotted trees. Alrighty, well, I will, as always, keep observing our different water holes. But in the meantime, I'm going to send you back to Andrew with those beautiful lions.
Thanks very much, Lisa, and beautiful lionesses they sure are. And I just want to say congratulations to Lisa for winning the sort of the bet as to when the first Impala lamb was going to drop for the season. Well done, well predicted. Very, very, very good. That second lioness had dropped down. I don't think she was too far down, and she decided to come back up here, which is quite nice. And her head is up, which is fantastic. There was one thing I noticed with that older lioness in the sunrise drive, was that she still got very evident rosettes on her body, and you will find this with juvenile lions and cubs and so on, but that generally fades away. But I have read a few years ago that, you know, depending on the genetics, sometimes they can keep those faint rosettes on their body throughout their life. But through the observation of those rosettes, it's believed that lions could very well have been rosetted animals once upon a time. That lioness has seen something down in the basin. I'm just going to keep my eyes on the basin. Let me get my binoculars out. Could be some prey down there that they're looking at. And it could be the male lion. Okay, just have a vehicle that's going to pass us momentarily. Let's take a look at this lioness. Beautiful. Look at that. Just slowly nodding off there. I think I've spotted what she's looking at, but very far away. is a kudu walking through the thicket. And it seems they do like kudu. In actually most reserves I've worked at, kudus get hunted quite a bit by the predators. I think it's a good meat for them. Sue, that's well observed. Well done for noticing that. So there's still very much a lot of the kudu carcass left. There's still a good portion left. So yeah, it could be that they are sort of trying to avoid the male lion. It could be that, or it could be that they wanted to socialize with the cubs and see how they're doing, because it has been a good 2-3 days since they had seen them, and they know exactly where that meat is, and they'll go back to it, I'm sure. So they're taking their time with the carcass. But they can't take too much time, because the last I saw, the pied crows were having a jolly time there eating some meat. But although even one of them is a mother and has cubs, these lions are still, this includes the male, they're still quite successful. The other day we had them with a warthog. And then about 3 days later, kudu. So they're actually ideal animals for controlling the herbivores. Now out here, the herbivores will definitely need predators. Vaughan, good question that. Now Vaughan, when I used to work in the Timbavati, an elephant had passed away, natural causes, on the side of a bank. And I don't know how the lions figured it out, but less than 6 hours later, the lions had found the carcass and they were feeding on it. And Vaughan, you would not believe, the lions were eating on that elephant carcass for 2 weeks, to the point where we could no longer take guests there because of the smell. It was horrendous. And the meat was totally rotten, and in fact the meat was starting to liquidize in little black puddles, and we observed the lions drinking those puddles. So what is rotten to, in our sort of views, is not rotten to them. They've got much stronger stomachs than ours, and they need to be a bit more resilient with rotting meat, because they can't be fussy. Can't say, okay, this is off, no, let's just leave it. So they'll go through it. But now, example with that kudu, I think because each animal, I mean, it's going to have its own length of time before it's really rancid and not edible. But I should think with the kudu, 9 days, and I'm guessing, and that's going to be to the point where perhaps the carcass is going to be unedible. And can you imagine that carcass is sitting in the middle of the sun, and they will go back and go back and go back and potentially eat off of it until it's finished, and eventually it's going to start smelling very badly. But yeah, sometimes they will eat meat that is rotten, and it can, make their stomach a little bit runny. And you have a look at the scat that they leave behind, where it's very watery, and when it lands on the road, it just spreads out like a pancake, if you will. So I hope none of you are eating pancakes right now. If you are, sorry about that. looking at this lioness's face. She's actually got quite a broad face. It's going to be a very big lion. Well, she already is. Quite a large lioness. Beautiful. Look at that. Stunning eyes. Right, seems like a few day safaris are happening right now. And I think luckily for them, these lionesses are in such a good area. You'll notice how the ears of most animals actually work independently of each other. And when we look at the senses of lions, I mean, all their senses are very good. And this is why they are on the top of the food chain, one of the many reasons why they're on top of the food chain. And their eyesight is just so good. I just wish I could have the eyes of lions or lioness just for a day. And it'll be amazing what you can see. If you have any questions regarding Amakhala or anything that's on your mind, please do feel free. I would love to receive some questions or comments from you. Oh, Marshall, what other animals can these lions snack on? I like the way you worded that. So, Marshall, there's quite a lot of things that they can go for. So, of the bigger animals, you're looking at like a variety of antelope, eland, impala, blesbuck, kudu, the odd bushbuck out here. There's duiker out here, so they'll go for those as well. And there's also smaller things that they might go for, like guinea fowls, and there's also the redneck spur fowl out here. One occasion or two occasions, I've seen feathers all over the road of an ostrich. Sorry, Darcy. Of the ostrich, that caught an ostrich. What's the other one? The denim's busted. On one occasion, I found a lot of feathers in the bush, and the lions are killed. The denim's busted. So there's so many different things, and they'll go for whatever really is available. They're not really picky. Won't be long. The buffaloes will start also giving birth to some calves, and maybe some buffalo calves are at risk. The impala lambing season is solidly approaching here. We should start to see the first lamb around December here in the Eastern Cape because of the rainfall. I've seen lions even eating mice. They'll go for porcupine. They love porcupine meat, just it's a bit tricky to get to a porcupine because of those quills. And then a few years ago, about 2.5 years ago, a baby hippo was taken by the lions as well. So she's very stationary at the moment. Head is down, sleeping flat on her side, tucked in for the next however long. Oh, Adam, it does seem that way. Definitely does seem that way. And I look forward to seeing them in the move and getting active and highly mobile. And then you get to see exactly what they're about. And definitely when you go out at night and you come across lions, wow, what a spectacle that is, because they're hunting and they're moving around, getting to new areas, marking territory. But during the day like this, I mean, there's no reason to move. They're a little bit full. They've had water. They're close to the den site. They've got a nice vantage point there. So all of those combined, they are feeling very relaxed. Yeah, if you could have been on some of the night safaris that I've done in the past, and watching lions and how they move, especially male lions, yo, they can move a lot. Okay, well, I do hope you've enjoyed this, definitely. In the meantime, I'm going to send you over to Lisa in Mashatu Waterhole at the moment.
Dankie, Andrew. It is turning out to be a rather quiet start at the water holes this morning. Apart from, of course, our ever-present birds. It seems that the animals are just giving it a little bit of time. You know, it is Monday after all. We all struggle on a Monday after the weekend. So hopefully they will come down soon. I'm just, as always, checking every single area just to make sure we are not overlooking anyone under a tree, or perhaps just in a sneaky corner that they thought we might have missed or overlooked. But it started out to be a beautiful, wonderful, sunny day here in Mashatu, and now the clouds are also drawing in. So, not sure what is happening, but of course, you know, that is the season we are currently in. It can literally, we are even seeing that in the city. It can be sunny one moment, and then the next thing, there's a massive storm approaching, or even just arriving. So, just want to make sure we are not missing anyone. Let's see if our terrapins are around. I do see one terrapin. Let's see if we can see more. So if you look on the rock in the water, the second rock to the right, there's a terrapin on there. Not sure if these are also terrapins. Let's just have a closer look. Hopefully the wind will bear with me. Yeah, so you can see there's two more terrapins just to our left. Shame they are just awaiting the sun. They did have some sun in the start of the day, but as I said, is becoming now overcast and cloudy. Hopefully that promises for some rain. Again, it's not ideal for us, you know, as the safari goers, but the bush does need it. And I'm so excited to see, you know, just how Mashatu will transform. I have already seen a little bit, but not complete transformation yet. So I'm very excited for that. Just want to show you how well they camouflage. I mean, if you're not really paying attention, and if you don't know there are generally terrapins hanging out there, you would completely overlook them. So of course they are reptiles, just trying to catch some sun, as they are ectothermic, so they do rely on outer resources to sort of heat up themselves. But yes, of course, very, very viral to the ecosystem, as they, just like oxpeckers and other animals, they clean the animals. They eat the insects, the parasites, the bugs that can be quite a bit of a pest to some animals. These guys will eat them.
This is what I love about lionesses.
So a lot of the times in weather like this, like we've seen in most of our locations actually today, animals tend to lie down or sit down or hunker down. That is mostly for warmth and just also shelter. They're not always necessarily sure where sounds and things are coming from. So this is also a good way of just conserving their energy for should something happen. It's just like us, if the weather is like this, I don't want to do anything. Just want to lie in bed, watch a good movie, and just take it easy. And as always, I always say that even though you're not constantly, seeing animals and a lot of action and all of that, sometimes it's just so necessary, but also so beautiful just to sit back and to listen to just nature, the birds. Sometimes you can actually hear the insects and the other reptiles. And it's so incredible that we get to observe all of this without the animals even realizing that we are here. I think that is probably my favorite thing about my job. But of course, I will stick around and see who shows up to come say hello to us. But in the meantime, I'm going to send you over to Ralph, who is very, very excited to say good morning to all of you.
Well, hello and welcome to the Kariega Game Reserve in the Eastern Cape province of South Africa. My name is Ralph Kirsten and I am sitting in my usual spot next to the mud wallow. And surprise, surprise, we have now the whole herd of buffalo making their way over here with some giraffe just watching on. They had a drink a little bit earlier, but it's getting quite hot now, even though we do have a splattering of rain, and I believe that's why these buffalo have now decided to come and have a bit of a spa. You can hear some of the oxpeckers as well that are accompanying them. But I'm sure these buffalo are going to get stuck in with the mud. There's a couple of little youngsters there as well. Always lovely to see the enjoyment they get out of the mud. And that one getting right in there. I did count this herd previously. I think there's around 30 of them. That noise being the Egyptian geese chasing each other around. Very cute little youngster there on the left. Just got tiny little horns. Time for a scratch as well on the side of the grass. Those ones are getting in under their chins. They're all heading down to Scotia Dam as well. They're just stopping for a quick spa. They don't seem to be hanging around. I think they may be thirsty. Couple of little youngsters there just having a bit of a play, I think. Push and shove. Just behind that adult bull. It looks like he wants to climb in. So, Jamie, there's a couple of different ways that the animals know where to find water. Obviously, they do have memories, so they are taught, like these little youngsters, they wouldn't know where to find the water, and they're following the herd. So they learn then, because they are highly intelligent creatures, are buffalo, and they will then gain the memory of where these big water points are. But they also have a very strong sense of smell, and they can smell water. It's kind of like that, when you can smell rain off in the distance. So we do know that animals can smell out water. They also use the game paths that sort of diverge, all coming together, and use those leading to big water points. And for instance, with elephants, they can also smell water that is under the surface, and I've seen it many times in the different ephemeral rivers of Namibia, where the desert elephants dig in specific spots where there's obviously water near to the surface, and they can smell it, and then they dig there, and eventually they get to the underground water. Buffalo, not great diggers, and they are highly water dependent. They need to drink water a couple of times a day. That's why you won't find them in desert areas like in Namibia, apart from the Caprivi Strip. They are isolated to areas with permanent water source. So, like here on the Kariega Game Reserve, there are 2 rivers here, including the Bushmans and the Kariega River, but up sort of the top part of the Kariega River, it does turn fresh, where they would be able to access a little bit of the water here on this particular part, but a bit further down it is part of the estuary or the salt water flow, and it's tidal, so they wouldn't be able to drink from that salty water. But generally very good rainfall all year round, so there would be a number of these small little wallow type water holes like this one, and also very decent pans as well, and they frequently restocked with water, so no shortage here. So it's one of those animals that if you do find or see buffalo, you know that there is permanent water in the area, and permanent fresh water, no less. So with animals having the strongest sense being their smell, I think water is probably one of the biggest things that they will use that sense to find. You can hear the red-billed oxpeckers now as well. Seems some of them went down for a drink at the Scotia Dam, but they've already made their way back. So maybe they are keen on a bit more of a spa day. They're all coming back now, but I think I'm going to stick on the wallow because I have a feeling there's going to be a lot more coming back. temperature is rising now drastically. I'm going to have to get my jersey off in a minute. It's incredible. As soon as there's a break in the clouds, the temperature seems to rise by about 3 to 5 degrees almost immediately. And the wind seems to have dropped off. So I think it's going to be quite a hot day. The prediction was for about 30 degrees today, but early this morning I thought that the weatherman had got it wrong, because it was windy, pretty cool, and a bit of rain as well. But I see now why it was predicted for 30. It's going to get up there, I think. So this is what you also do when you get to spend time in specific wilderness areas, especially like what I've been able to do is come to one spot and just see the rhythms of the wild and the animals and what they've been doing every day. Start working out where they're going to be when. And that's why I like to come and sit next to this wallow, because I'm seeing, especially on the hotter days, that the buffalo, the rhinos and the warthogs all coming into wallow in this specific mud hole that they have here. Seems to be drying up a bit, but there is some more rain on the way, so I'm sure it will be filling up again. That one full of mud. That one's already gotten in there nicely. Full of mud. You often find animals that accompany buffalo, mainly the oxpeckers, specifically up in areas where they occur. Yellow-billed oxpeckers are a real perfect indicator of where there are buffalo around. If you hear yellow-billed oxpeckers while out on foot, that is the best way to know that they're in a particular area before you see them. Here, there's no yellow-billed oxpeckers, so there's only red-billed. So they do like the buffalo. I've seen them on giraffe as well, impala, kudu. They do seem to prefer the buffalo, though. Must be down to the prevalence of ticks. And giraffe also have a lot of ticks, which is completely normal. And then other birds that follow or hang around buffalo would be fork-tailed drongos. They're not particularly picking insects off the buffalo, or arachnids, or any kind of pests. They using the buffalo to flush out insects as they walk along. So that's why they hang around the buffalo. And then also here we'll probably see, if we look closely, some of the Cape wagtails. I think there's one on the road, just running across there now. They sort of hang around the feet of the buffalo for the same reason as the drongos. But the drongos don't run around on the floor. They even sit on the buffalo, catch a ride, and then they flit off when they see any insects that have been bumped up. The little wagtails, they move around the feet, in and around them, And then same thing, when they bump up insects, it's easy meat for the little birds. Sometimes you also see egrets, the cattle egrets, as the name suggests, move with the same reason as the drongos and the wagtails. So there's some that have decided to go the whole hog, and others that are just grazing next to the wallow. And that does look like some very good mud now, and that one getting stuck in with its horns. Throwing the mud all over the place. There's not enough space for everybody to climb in all at once. So Tim, what it does do for parasites for the buffalo, I don't think that they actually go into the mud wallow thinking, I've got a lot of ticks on me, let me go in the mud and I'll get rid of them. I think they just really like it. I mean, you can see the enjoyment that they're having here. But inadvertently, what it does is it cakes over the parasites. So the ticks would dry inside the mud. And as that mud then dries, the buffalo, they do then like to also go and scratch on different sort of rubbing posts, rocks, termite mounds, sometimes onto branches and trees, etc. And as they rub that mud off that the ticks are then caked in, it assists in taking them off. So in so doing, it helps relieve or get rid of some of the ticks, but in general they'll never be tick free. Sometimes in winter there's less ticks, but they'll always have some ticks on them, as with all the animals. And it's just one of those controlling factors. The strong will survive no matter what, and they'll be able to survive the different diseases that come with ticks. And especially when resources thin out, such as water and the quality of their feed, then you start to have more diseases that become apparent, and more ticks, because they sort of do latch onto weaker animals, which will rest a lot more than healthier, fitter animals, and so they climb onto them easier, and there's more ticks, they get disease easier, and those genetics of those weaker animals then obviously don't go through. That's when we speak of natural selection, survival of the fittest. That's where I think, with humans, of course, we negate a lot of this natural selection and survival of the fittest through modern medicine, which is absolutely amazing. But I think we've negated it to the point where we're starting to have these different super viruses and so on, and we've seen that with COVID. So eventually nature will run its course. We are overpopulated as a species, and we've sidestepped the natural process. But sooner or later, it's going to catch up with us. And we've either got to design or discover better medicines, or eventually we're going to have the natural selection will take place. So I think we've just bought ourselves some time. But eventually I think there is naturally going to be a big die-off. It happens with every single species. There can be an explosion of populations, but eventually, if it's not naturally or a natural disaster, it will be a natural diseases, etc., controlling factors that are going to then bring that species population down again. Is that us heading to our not demise, but to a limiting of our numbers once again before it increases once more? Who knows? Only time will tell. But I believe in that natural process eventually will have to happen. Heather, yeah, it's those birds that I've spoken about that coexist with buffalo, generally following and moving with them during the day. So the oxpeckers are ever present where they occur on the buffalo. The egrets, the wagtails, the drongos, and then in general they sort of coexist with all the plains game. So from giraffe to zebra, impala, nyala, etc. They are grazing animals, so predominantly would be around said animals as well. So you find them often around zebra in particular, warthogs, because warthogs graze and they also like mud wallowing. And speak of the devil, there's a warthog there, just coming through. There's a couple of them, probably wanting a little bit of time sharing with this wallow now that it's getting hot. But I don't think they'll have any space for now. Maybe they'll get a chance once the buffalo leave. So that's what I'll hang around for as well. Always comical watching the warthogs when they wallow. So yeah, it's all down to sort of what they feed on and their habits. And I would say those are the most frequent animals that hang around with them: zebra, warthogs, and then the birds. I've seen the rhino hanging around, but they're not too comfortable being around each other, the rhino and the buffalo. There can be a little bit of conflict. Just want to have a look in on these guys. They really seem to be enjoying this mud. And the older they get, the more hair they lose. And so they do sort of get a bit more effect from the sun, and they do then start spending more time in the mud. And that's when we talk about dagga boys that coat themselves in their dagga, the mud, or that kind of building material, that where the name comes from, that clay mixed with dung. And well, the more they wallow, those older bulls, the more the herd starts leaving them behind, and then you find them just lying up in mud on their own, sometimes in small groups. There's 2, 3, 4, 5 of them bulls, older bulls, and they do get a bit of arthritis, so as they get older, so they're grumpy, and those are the sort of more particularly dangerous animals, because you can very easily surprise them, especially if you're out on foot. And buffalo pretty much believe in fighting, not flighting. If you say fight or flight, and those big old bulls, they'll just charge at anything that comes near to them. Naturally it would be lions that surprise them, and immediately their best defense is just to charge at the lion and try to chase them off, because they don't have the safety of the herd as they've been left behind. So those bulls are notorious for being extremely dangerous, and going from lying in the mud like that to running straight at you. I don't think it's going to be an extended spa day today, because there's already quite a few of the buffalo moving off. You generally see that when they get to a spot, whether they're grazing or wallowing or drinking. It's sort of like the leaders or the scouts that start to move off. It takes a little bit of time, and then everybody moves in the same direction. Looks like for now these particular buffalo are just really enjoying this spot. oxpeckers are cooperative breeders, so they sort of have helpers that assist with raising the young. And are normally all related. I'll just see there's a little bit of a tiff going on there on the oxpeck. I think it was the oxpeckers. So, Jamie, it's generally not a good idea for animals to sleep at night because of predators and the activity sort of levels that comes with the hours of darkness. So, predators being active at night, where there is a high prevalence of predators, animals are generally on their toes at night. So, and this goes across the board, whether it's in the desert or arid, semi-arid, here where we've got all year rainfall. What the animals will do is when it gets really hot during the day, that is generally the best time for everybody to have low levels of activity, time to sort of get some sleep. I don't think that, especially where there's lots of predators, that animals ever really sleep deeply, because if they do, they just open themselves up to being eaten. So the best time, heat of the day, the hotter it is, the better actually, because then there's very little to no activity of predators and everybody is lethargic. So that's your best bet, is to catch your shut eye when it's very hot, and then at night to stay awake and to stay alive. But when you've got a big group of animals like this, there is lots of eyes and ears, and so the safety of the herd is a big element in their survival. So there are lots of periods where they all lie in a particular area, but there's heads facing in different directions, there's noses sniffing in different directions, etc. So if there is a predator, it will most surely be picked up by one of them, and obviously then the entire herd is alerted. So they do spend periods, as a result of having that safety of the herd, sleeping during the day and at night. But I would say that the biggest times where animals do sleep is when it's very hot in the middle of the day. There's buffalo in the mud now, enjoying it again. I'm actually not sure that those are oxpeckers. They actually sound like common starlings. Excuse me. But I did hear some oxpeckers, but those ones are not, I'm not convinced. There we go, we're squeezing a few more into the spa. You can see these guys are regular customers. warthogs squeezing in here in the front. Let's see if we can get them in the picture. Yeah, I think those warthogs are getting stuck in as well. It's a shame they're just out of sight. So, just going to continue on enjoying the spa day between the warthogs and the buffalo. Who enjoys the mud more? That's a tough one. Anyway, while I work out who's having more fun, let's see how much fun Lisa's having at Okukuyu.
Thank you, Rolf. Yes, we are having loads of fun, especially here in Okukuyo. The weather is constantly changing. It's been sunny, it's been overcast, then sunny again. You can see right now it's very, very beautiful. And hopefully, we'll have a lot of animals coming to the water today in comparison to our other days, which we generally see with the animals. We have not had that many visitors yet. They seem to be lagging there in the background, like the zebras, the oryx, you can see there in the background. But at least we've got a very willing wildebeest and some springbok. So hopefully we'll have a lot of activity here today at Okukuyo, as well as our other water holes. But geez, we've had quite a day so far and escaped to nature with the lions, the buffalo, the giraffes. So hopefully all of our fingers and toes crossed. I will not be too angry if the elephants come say hi at Okukuyo today, or even Mashatu or Juma, anywhere really. But of course anything, even giraffes here at Okukuyo. I haven't seen a nice journey of giraffes in quite some time, so I am very much due, so hopefully that happens. But as always, we're grateful for anything and everything we see, because all of it is ultimately, just such a privilege. Come on, zebras. What an absolutely beautiful day here in Okukuyo. I always love the contrast of the different colors. You know, you've got the light brown soil, and then the water, sometimes the water seems green, sometimes it seems blue. But I think a lot of the sky has impact on that, or the sky has a lot of impact on it. And it's always so incredible, you know, what type of landscape you can get for the day, or even just for the hour. It changes so rapidly with the season we are currently in. Good morning, beautiful animals. What an absolutely incredible scene. And I love it how the oryx never disappoints. They always tend to get right into the water to sort of cool down. The springboks tend to do that as well, from what I've seen at least. And sometimes the zebras, but I haven't really seen the zebras go full on into the water, like into the complete middle of the water. And again, you know, these animals never know what's going to happen. Even though they are familiar with this water hole, you never know if there's a crocodile that traverses during the night that might grab you by the nostrils. So they always just have to be extra vigilant when approaching a water hole, or any area really, specifically when it's this vast and open and puts them in such a vulnerable position. But I think the animals sort of know by now. But as I say, you never know when predators have traversed during the night or moved around. Tom, good morning. We would like to know, what is the source of this water in this beautiful water hole? So predominantly rain. I think in South Africa we are very fortunate with regards to, you know, a lot of areas and reserves used to be former, as Rolf mentioned earlier, you know, cattle farm or fruit farms or whatever the case was back in the day. So a lot of the areas do actually have man-made water holes, which can still be fed. Like I know in Djuma there are quite a few water holes that are still man-made and can still be fed, which of course, you know, does help the animals, because if it is completely dry you can sort of assist them. But yes, rain predominantly over here in Okokoyo. Of course, this is the largest salt pan in Africa. And I was actually only informed this morning, well, I actually found out this morning that I was one of the winning predictions were the Impala lambs, but I'm so excited to see the first baby zebra. I cannot tell you, it's gonna make my year, honestly. Even the wildebeest, all of the baby animals, of course, they're all adorable. But a baby zebra is probably one of the cutest things, just because they're so fluffy and funny looking and just odd. But it's always so exciting to see the new life, and I think as the parents it must be super daunting, specifically, for instance, an impala female. That tiny one is so vulnerable, such an easy catch for a predator, and they have to take extra caution. Whoa! Why are we fighting? But yes, as I mentioned, I am just so excited for all the baby animals, specifically the zebras. But any baby animal, you can literally bribe me with any baby animal. I will be completely happy. But speaking of which, of course, baby season is upon us, and Wild Earth is super excited about all of the cuteness and clumsiness and the oddness, as I mentioned, with the zebras. That's about to, flood our scenes and screens. So as we anticipate the dropping of the Impala lambs next week, we would like you to join us from the 9th to the 13th of November as we welcome and celebrate our little wild babies during our sunset safaris. So we'll be going through some of their funniest, their best, their cutest moments. And then, of course, our Bingo Saturday will also be switched up, as the naturalist will be competing to find babies and juveniles, so teenagers or young or older babies. And then, of course, what better way to end the celebration on Sunday the 13th than with a fireside chat about these cute bundles of joy. Just want to have a look-see and see what else is approaching. Oh, and it truly is my favorite season, this. As a naturalist, people always ask me on safari, so what time do you prefer? And funny enough, often, on safaris in the winter time, more South Africans will come on safari because we're used to the weather. We don't mind the cold, we'll just grab an extra jacket for safari. And then often you get tourists right through the year, but often what I've noticed in my experience, you get a lot of South Africans in the winter time. And I think that's due to, the fact that they know the bush is very, very dry, thus very, very open. So it's sad, but easier to spot the animals. But for me, summertime is just, it's so colorful. I love color. So butterflies, babies, gogos, meaning bugs. I'm really, really so excited to see what summer will bring this year. Lenny, I actually have no idea. You would like to know how far is it from the water hole back to the tree line. I have not myself visited Okukoyo yet, but if I had to estimate, just looking at it like that, because of course, you know, as soon as the animals move off, they become tiny specks. But if I had to give it a rough guess, like straight line, I would say, let's go with a kilometer, I think. But yes, I would estimate between 700 meters and a kilometer. But of course, you know, that doesn't bother the animals. As long as they get water by the end of their journey, they will travel if need be. And of course, you know, this is not even a far distance for them. Animals will really traverse for very, very, very far if they need to. I remember on my previous reserve that I worked on, it was so incredible to see what the animals would do in winter time, because on the reserve that I worked on, we actually had the whole Limpopo River flowing through the reserve. And so that was always not full of water, but it always had some source of water. But if you took that with regards to, you know, the northwest, the southwest, it was very, very far from that. So it was really incredible to see, you know, what's the nearest water hole the animals would find and sort of source out if need be. Of course, you know, elephants can smell water, so they can dig it up if need be. But I have to say that reserve was pretty cool, because it had a lot of water holes. So even if one dried up, there was always another one for the animals to go to. Come on, sunshine. I really do love the sunshine.
Every day brings something new here on Wild Earth. Whether it's ostriches dancing at Amakala, elephants chasing wild dogs at Madikwe, or a royal leopard standoff at Juma. Now, you never have to miss a beat. If you are not always able to watch live, then download the Wild Earth app and you can catch up no later than 1 hour after the live show has finished. Wild Earth, it's in your nature.
But yeah, speaking of seasons, please tell me what's your favorite season. As I've mentioned, I like both seasons for various reasons. But of course, we do have, spring and autumn as well in South Africa, but we tend to just refer to summer and winter. But yes, wherever you are in the world, let me know what is your favorite season and why. Whether it's, dependent on what you do during that season or what animals you might see during that season. Let me know what is your season and what is your reason for that being your favorite. Just beautiful, these antelopes, the springboks. And of course, you are more prone to generally find them in areas such as this, like the desert biomes, where it's more open and arid, as opposed to, you can of course find them in other areas as well, but naturally this is the sort of area you'll find them in. And as you can see, a very, very, very water dependent animal. They love to stay hydrated, love to cool off in the water, of course. Much like your buffalo that Rolf was referring to earlier on. Just want to have a look-see and see what else is perhaps around this water hole. Often we overlook some birds of interest just because they blend in so well. Hi, zebra. Never mind, bye, zebra. I've actually not seen a jackal in quite some time as well. Not here at Okukoyo as well as Mashatu. Which will also be very nice to see. I love jackals. It's one of my favorite animals. Of course, our dab cheeks over here. And then I'm just trying to make out what bird is that in the background. It seems like a dove. It's a little bit tricky to get too close to them. Otherwise, the camera does not favor us too much. Ooh. Our lapwing's having a good chase. It's astonishing how quickly it can change just with a little bit of clouds overcast. Or overhead, I should rather say. And there it's gone again. But it's just such a beautiful day here. I would love to sit here and just photograph everything because the light is impeccable. It's really, really great light. Generally, if you have a lot of grey light behind you, then it makes photographing a little bit tricky. And actually making out, when you're specifically birding, to just sort of narrow down which bird you're looking at. This is the perfect light for that. Ooh, apparently we've got an answer on the seasons and reasons question. So Lenny, thank you so much for letting me know. You say winter because you live in a very hot desert in the Phoenix. Whew. Yes, I have to be honest with you. I love summertime, but I actually used to live in Florida, in Orlando. And that was so hot and humid. I don't know if I can ever do that again. I lived there for a full year. And it was quite hectic. So I get you on the whole hot thing. But that being said, I love it too. Just like you. I would rather be, I always say this to my mom and my sister, I would rather be way too hot than too cold. I just feel when you're cold, you can't do anything about it. At least when you're hot. Much like these animals, you can sort of just go to the water, get in the pool, or sit under an aircon if you need to. Whereas I feel when you're cold, you're just cold. There's not much I can do about it when I'm cold. But thank you so much for your answer. I love hearing from you guys. So please let me know what is your favorite season wherever you are in the world. Whether you're in the United States or wherever you may find yourself. What is your favorite season and what is your reason for that being your favorite season? White Mane, you are saying spring because you live in the UK where all the things are blossoming beautifully and of course everything is beautiful in springtime. My one best friend is actually currently residing in the UK and she also sends me pictures in springtime of the flowers and everything going on there, so I can only imagine how beautiful it must be. But that's why I was also say in South Africa, I really love summer because then all of the flowers and the bees and the trees and everything are just colorful. It really just always blows my mind how these animals know. Like, do they have a roster that they follow each day with, okay, zebras, your slot time is 10 to 10 to 11 at the water hole? Or do they just instinctively sort of know, okay, well, that group is gone, now the next group can go? Because, of course, even though a lot of these animals are not territorial, they do have home ranges. And they tend to sort of respect that within bounds. So it's always so interesting. I always want to know, even if I can't talk to them, I just want to know what these animals are thinking. That would be my one superpower if I could have one. I don't want to read people's minds, because people are still unpredictable. But with animals, then I can just more or less understand them, because even though, we've been studying them and sort of just making out what we think they are doing and why they are doing it, I think there is so much that we are yet to discover. Not in 2 years or 5 years, in tens and tens of years from now on. Generations after us will still be learning about them and discovering and rediscovering reasons for why they do what they do. Alrighty. Well, of course, I will be keeping an eye on Ukukoyo, but in the meantime, I see we've got some beautiful birds at Djuma. So let's head on over to Djuma. Look at them. This is honestly one of my favorite birds. It's such an intrigue. It looks like a jester or something, from the medieval times. The people that used to entertain the royals. It's a very funny looking bird. Looks like they've got a sticky note on them. Sorry about that, not sure what happened. We'll try to get back to Djuma as soon as we can. But yes, the saddle-billed storks are very, very funny looking birds. That's what I always say, even if you don't have a lot of activity and action and everything in terms of the animals, everything in the ecosystem plays such a crucial part and role. And they contribute so much to the ecosystem. So it's really so important just to appreciate everything. Whether it's a saddle-billed stork, something annoying as a harida, or something as massive as an elephant, or perhaps, even something as small as a springbok. I just love how they are always in the water. The springbok and the oryx, you can almost always expect to go into the water and sort of cool themselves down. Which is pretty much what I would also be doing as an animal. And of course, you can very faintly also hear the guinea fowls, helmeted guinea fowls. I'm actually yet to see a crested guinea fowl. I've never in my life seen a crested guinea fowl, and they are very beautiful birds. Of course, the helmeted guinea fowl, much more common. We see them often in Mashatu. But the crested guinea fowl, I am yet to see. Tatum, thank you so much for your answer with regards to the seasons. You say you love autumn. Yes, the tree changing colors are stunning. I have to say, when I was working in the US, that was really, my mouth dropped or my jaw dropped when I saw all of the different colors. You know, you tend to think you just see that in the movies. And of course, we have that in South Africa as well. But I have to say, not as prominently like in Europe and the UK and a lot of other places as well all over the world. My one sister stays in Amsterdam, and the picture she sent us as well, it literally looks like a movie. But it's even an area like Ukukoyo, you know, if it's had its sufficient rains, it will slowly start transforming a bit, but of course, you know, the actual topography and geology will stay the same. But yes, let me know, what is your favorite season? Mine is summer in South Africa. But I'm now recalling my one sister says, sorry, I keep saying my one sister. I'm the youngest of 4 sisters, so just bear with me. But my one sister, she loves winter. And she always says, you know, when you're cold, at least you can warm up and everything. But there's only so many layers you can put on until you can't move anymore. For me, at least, I've always felt that's the argument. And especially when you're out on safari, as soon as that chill hits your spine, you're cold. You can put on blankets, the heater, a warm water bottle, everything. For me, I've just always felt that as soon as I'm cold, I'm cold. When you're hot, there's at least quite a few things that you can do. But of course, you know, we all experience it differently and feel differently about various things. Alrighty, but I'm gonna stick around in the meantime. I'm gonna send you over to Rolf, and hopefully he'll also tell you what's his favorite season in South Africa.
And the buffalo have moved off. So now we're left with the warthogs and a blesbok. And that's all that is here now. But all these blesbok are sort of hanging their heads down. And a lot of the time that is because of the flies that get into their nasal passages. And there's a lot of sneezing and snorting that goes on because of the larvae that sit in that nasal passage. It cannot be comfortable. warthogs are just grazing a bit. There's another one there. There's also just off on the side here, we've got a lovely Nyala bull. Let's just go and have a look at him. The weather does not know what it wants to do, so I've had my jersey on, had it off, now I've got it back on again. It's just as the clouds open it becomes extremely hot, but then they close up again and then it's pretty cool again, so it doesn't know what it wants to do. Our favorite antelope with socks on. A good looking individual. Just feeding on some of that red grass. Temida triandra, as well as some of the couch grass as well, Cynodon dactylon. And in the background there, that's sort of the top of the Kariga River. This is the river line, or in the back, that's where it leads off down to the Kariga River. Which then goes all the way down to Kenton-on-Sea, and that little town is flanked by the Kariga River to the east and the Bushmans River to the west. Now, it's quite strange here, the location or the way that we are positioned, because with Gqeberha, or Port Elizabeth being the bay, it makes us here on the coast aligned where east is almost out to sea and west is inland. No, should I say east is more up the coast and west is down the coast. So, and that's quite different to up on the KwaZulu-Natal coastline, where east is out to sea and west is in the opposite direction, inland. So it's quite strange the way that we are rotated here and aligned with the ocean. It does put you out a bit if you're used to the KwaZulu-Natal coastline. But I'm looking pretty much in an easterly direction now. But it's more of a southeasterly. Some baboons have been barking. Not aggressively like they would if there was a predator. I think it's probably just between themselves. You can hear the Cape Longclaw calling. And now when we head to this sort of time of the day, you do find a lot of inactivity of the animals. They start to sort of slow, and a lot more relaxing and calmness spreads over the reserve. Generally that's what happens in the wild. As we were chatting earlier, that is sort of the time when animals do take their rest in the middle of the day. Linda, he is indeed, isn't he? He's a very good looking individual. And you can see he's in tip-top Nick. Got a lovely coat, lovely socks, lovely horns. And just here in the foreground there's a bit of a rhino midden forming. Seen this reasonably young bull. He's about 8 years old. He's started to make this one here just next to the road. If he continues, it will just keep growing. You can hear the Egyptian geese with that sort of horsey call. Yeah, and after all the action with the buffalo, there were so many animals here just now, it has calmed down a bit. Warthog just resting on its ankles, getting closer to the grass, makes it more comfortable to graze. With the blesbok there. Didn't seem to really be too keen on having a mud wallow. Maybe it's not hot enough for him. Egyptian geese having their say now. It's crazy, the ocean has also been sort of up and down with its temperature. About 3 weeks ago the water was very warm, about 24 degrees, and then a week later it dropped down to about 18 degrees, so it got very cold very quickly. Go back to our Nyala bull here. He's grazing slowly towards us. So Tino, no, we only have the one warthog species, and that is the warthogs, and they're part of the Suidae family. I had this question yesterday as well, but the closest relative we do have here are the bush pigs, and they are quite prevalent here too. They've got a very similar track, except that their toes splay out in the front a little bit more, and they do get quite a lot bigger than warthogs. But there are a lot of bush pigs here in the Eastern Cape, and they're actually a big problem for the pineapple farmers, because they're nocturnal and they come out of the thickets at night, and they like to feed on pineapples, as you can imagine. So, and there's a big population of them here, so the farmers struggle to keep them under control. But also here where they're protected on the Kariega Reserve, you don't often see them. You'd have to go on a night drive, or when you come out really early, that's when you've got a chance to see them. But they're mainly nocturnal. You don't often see bush pigs out during the day. They're a lot hairier than warthogs too. They don't have those big tusks like warthogs, but they are a bit more aggressive as well. I've been charged by a few bush pigs, mainly in KwaZulu-Natal, in the St. Lucia area. Here in that midden in the foreground that I was speaking of, the sacred ibis is often probing inside there, because there's obviously a lot of insects that do live inside these middens in the dung, and they probe for them. Hardy-daws calling off in the distance. Being irritated by the flies. As always, this is an interactive experience, so please jump on board with us while we escape to nature and send through your questions and your comments. What would you like to know? Or tell us what you do know about whatever we are watching, or the locations that we're at, etc. We'd love to hear from you. I'm also being bothered by the flies. I do feel a bit like this in Nyala at times. There's all sorts of different ones. Among the bees and the wasps and the spiders and all sorts, they do get into my vehicle here. There's a resident jumping spider that lives somewhere on my tripod. I haven't seen him today, but yesterday he was all over the camera. Every time I wanted to put my hand somewhere, I would see him there. He's gone now. Then there was a wasp also that was trying to make a nest behind my seat. It was a potter's wasp. You can see also the way that Nyala walk. They're typical sort of thicket animals. Up at the lodge we also see a lot of the bushbuck. They're not very adept sort of out in the plains. They're not like long distance runners. They're just very agile and can jump through the thickets and the branches. Same like kudu. I was very interested in me. Maybe it's just because I'm talking. You can hear that black cuckoo calling. Black-collared barbets, we're just calling now as well, in duet. past some zebra there in the background. Let's have a look at them. A little bit off in the distance. And looks like Thandi and her calves off on the left as well. Just a little bit out in the distance. Sort of ebbs and flows here on the plain. Sometimes the animals all come around me and then they sort of move off, go off and do their thing. But there's always something that's just nearby. It's like these blesbok that I'm going to go back to now. There's sort of blesbok chasing each other around, but it's funny because when you look, you think that it's flat here. It's not at all. It's sort of undulating, and the animals sort of disappear behind the little ridges. Oh, my wasp friend is back. I wonder if he's made a nest, and he's going to have to, because I drive it up to the lodge every day, the vehicle. So he's just going to be a daytime nester. Don't know what he's going to get up to at night. Yeah, they're hanging their heads. It's not in shame. Well, maybe they do feel a bit shameful with all the flies that they've got.
The Mara Triangle is one of the most stunning locations that we have had the privilege to broadcast from, thanks to the unsung heroes, the Mara Rangers, who risk their lives to protect this Eden. These brave men and women deserve our support. Donate and be one of the helping hands uplifting these rangers, so that we may maintain this icon, the Mara Triangle.
So now I was speaking about the bush pigs, and you'd have to go on a night drive to see them. And here in the Eastern Cape, there's excellent night drives, especially here on the Kariega Game Reserve. Very good for aardvark as well. This is one of the best places to see aardvark. And sometimes, especially in winter when it's quite cold, they even walk around during the day. So you'd also have a good chance of seeing bush pigs. Caracal is a very, very good chance of seeing them. Very high populations of them here. And of course, brown hyena is another special animal that you may see. Not so much aardwolf like you would see at Amakhala. There is a chance here, but there's not so many of them. That area towards Amakhala, which is a bit closer to the Karoo, is where they occur. But here, very good aardvark, bush pig, caracal, jackals, brown hyenas on night drives. And then all the nightjars, bird-wise, lots of owls as well. I can hear a jackal buzzard calling. It's quite far in the distance though. Very typical jackal-like call. Arr, arr, arr. I wonder if animals experience boredom. Antelope, as in these blesbok, do look rather bored. Is it boredom? I'm not quite sure. I'm expecting to see some little ostrich chicks. Some more. I saw 2 yesterday, but with that having happened, I wonder when we're going to see more of them. Got to be any day now. Going to pan across. There are a few animals moving off in the distance. ostrich there with those blesbok. Rather large ostrich, that. Simon, yes, this would be fantastic hunting grounds for cheetah. They don't have cheetah here currently, but I'm not sure on the plans afoot. It's mainly a safe haven for the rhinos here on this eastern side. But then going on to the western side, there's rhino, elephant, lions, and a much bigger part of the reserve. So it would probably be better over on that side if they did have to get cheetah. Let's have a look. That's South Africa's favorite bird. Walking in amongst those yellow button flowers. You get to see them quite close. You see how red their bills are actually. Probing as he goes. And they nest in trees. They make a very messy sort of nest, just with sticks and whatever they can find. Sometimes do have like some string and even some rubbish that they find around. We've got one in our driveway. I don't know if I'm very pleased about that, because they do have massive poos, and if you park under the tree, well, one poo from a hardy-dar is like a whole flock of any doves or anything that would normally sit on your car all at once. So you need to pretty much take it for a wash after that. But they have been nesting for a while, and there's little chicks, and their eggs are actually blue with like greeny spots on them. They're quite large. But they do make a racket. Just probing slowly as it goes, and they leave quite special signs or tracks of those probes, and they've got particular feet, toes as well, quite long and thin. Probing for anything just below the surface of the soil. There would be worms or little arthropods. Zebra sort of moving around a little bit there now as well. Wow, so I've been watching this hardy-dart. Lots of South Africans would know that it's everybody's favourite bird, but we do see a lot of them and we hear a lot of them as well. One bird that we don't see a lot of, and seems that Lisa has found, is a saddlebill stork.
Rolf, yes, I would love to take the credit, but it was actually one of our wonderful zoomies that found the saddle-billed storks. We are not sure where the other one went, but one is still sticking around with its sticky note on its face or on its bill. But as I mentioned earlier today on Escape to Nature, you know, when the weather is like this, overcast, cloudy, sort of just miserable and gloomy, a lot of your animals will tend to sit down or hunker down, either that or go deeper into the bush just for some warmth and shelter, you know, not as means of wasting too much energy, you can say. So they will just chill, take it easy. Again, just like us. And of course, these birds are fishing birds, so often you'll see them, you know, walking in the shallow waters, sort of probing for some fish. And they are in fact monogamous. So they mate for life, or they pair for life. And they tend to, you know, make their nests on top of trees. Generally, hi, did we wake you? He's just giving us the stink eye. Back to napping. But of course, you know, you'll find them Of course, you will find them in marshlands, sort of close to water holes, very moist areas, I almost want to say. It's very rare that you'll find them, for instance, in a forest or in very dense, lush areas, because, of course, you know, their food will also be predicting where they go and where they live. So you'll often find them close to marshlands, water holes. And both the male and the female actually feed the chicks. So, and again, you know, the chicks are high up in trees, so just like the hornbills that we spoke about earlier, they will be artificial and sort of helpless at birth or when they've hatched. So here we've got another comment from Nancy with regards to the weather, if I'm not mistaken. You're saying as well, Amsterdam, my place of birth. Thank you so much for that, Nancy. And yes, apparently it's beautiful there. I'm yet to visit my sister there. I have not yet gone, but hopefully I will do so soon enough. You never know. Oh, but I'm just loving this bird. He is really just... You see, that's the problem with this weather. I'm a very productive person. I hate sitting still, not doing anything. And when the weather is overcast and gloomy and miserable, that's literally, I don't want to do anything. I don't feel like doing anything. And I literally just want to chill. So I would rather, you know, be hot and productive and sort of be busy even in hot weather. But each to their own. We can't all be the same. How boring would life be? Just like the birds, how boring would it be if they all looked the same and they all did the same thing, and if they were all monogamous and all had their nests on top of trees? Jeez, this guy's really napping away. It's very fascinating. I don't think I've ever seen a saddle-billed stork this stationary for this long. Are you waking up, birdie? Or are you just checking your surroundings? It's such a weird bird. As I mentioned earlier, it looks like a jester, you know, from the medieval times. Those people that used to entertain the royals. That's always what I think of first when I see these birds. And of course, our Egyptian geese are still very much active. They're very, very noisy today. As always, chasing each other around. I still have not yet seen the chicks. I have looked quite a few times this morning. So I'm not sure if they are hiding or what's happening. But we will just take a gander around and see what is happening here at Gowrie Dam. I always get so nostalgic at this waterhole because I practically grew up in this area, in the Sabi Sands, and I've seen a lot of good sightings at this waterhole specifically, and then of course, you know, a lot of the surrounding areas where the naturalists often find themselves and have wonderful sightings of the animals. Sabi Sands really is probably my favorite place, I would say, in the bush. But as I've mentioned, you know, Mashatu or Kokoya, I still have to get off of my bucket list, so who knows, it might change to that. Highly doubt it, but you never know. Just want to see what is making these bubbles. Do not think it's a hippo because I did not see anyone coming back in. But you never know. Of course, there are a lot of terrapins in the water. It truly is so peaceful. And as I say, you know, it's not wonderful weather. But again, as I say, you know, a lot of people prefer this weather. So it really depends. And as always, we just want to make extra sure. We've got a Zoomy helping us. So we just want to make extra sure, you know, we're not overlooking anything. It really is just to us as humans, you know, that can see perfectly in color and detail and all of that. Oh, there's some impala at the back, I think. Yes, it is impala. Rooibokkies. I think that was one of the funniest things when I was working in the US. People would often ask you, you know, say something in your mother tongue. And of course, mine is Afrikaans. And as soon as they hear that rrr or the ch, people are very, very astounded by, you know, the way we talk in Afrikaans. But as I say, impala in Afrikaans is rooibokkies, which means red buck. And of course, you know, a very common antelope to see, specifically in southern Africa, but very, very beautiful nonetheless. I love observing them. But you know, as always, this is a live and interactive safari. So please do send me your questions, comments, anything you would like to know or talk about, whether it's about myself, the animals, the different locations we have. We love to hear from you, honestly. Because at the end of the day, this is your safari. And you know, we are just as lucky to be joining you on the safari and educating you. And of course, you know, we've been educated so many times by the community as well. because that's the beauty about nature. You're never too old or too experienced to learn something new out here. You can see our saddleboard stalk is literally still just in the exact same spot, just literally having a super chill day. Alrighty. But out of the corner of my eye, I do spot a lot of activity in Okokoyo. So let's head on over there and then we'll see if we can check back in with our stalk a bit later. Woo! Look at this. How wonderful is this? Everyone is just joining the party finally. You're all a bit late, but that's fine. I will oversee you today. Just stunning. I honestly, I love it. Even if it's just general game, I love it when all of the animals come together and sort of have like a gathering, a reunion. Jeez, a lot of zebras. Just absolutely incredible. And I always wonder, do these animals, apart from, of course, when they give each other distress calls or alarm calls, when a predator might potentially be around or anything like that, do they ever converse about anything else, the different species? Like the impalas and the zebras. Do they just sort of respect each other? Give each other the space that they need? A bedazzling dazzle of zebras. Tom, you would like to know about the Kalahari lions. I mean, I can tell you what I've read from books and heard from people. I have actually never seen Kalahari lions myself because I'm yet to visit such a place like Okokoyo or, Kalahari. But yes, it's incredible when you look at all of the different animals. You know, of course, animals adapt. Doesn't matter what the weather is, what the environment is, what the circumstances is, and those that do not adapt, of course, you know, perish. And then, well, it sounds rough, but it really is all about survival of the fittest. And that is one thing that has always just blown my mind, is how do animals, if you look at this landscape in itself, how do animals survive here? Yes, there's the trees and everything, and there's short shrubs and roots and stuff that they can feed on, but for me, this would not be an ideal place to live. As an animal, I would prefer the bushveld, and, you know, where there's a lot of shelter and places where you can actually hide. But then again, animals, you know, they just adapt. They do what they must. So the Kalahari lions as well, you would think that cats, number one, you know, we do know lions as, a lot of people actually incorrectly refer to them as lazy because they rest like an easy 18, 20 hours a day out of 24. But the reason for that is they are, of course, opportunistic. So when they need to hunt, they have that energy. So when you look at the Kalahari, for instance, as well, which lion would want to live there? Because it's dry, it's arid. But again, you know, animals just need food, and they just need mating partners and water to survive. They are not picky, they are not fussy, they adapt wherever they are found. So the Kalahari lions as well, you know, of course, over the years, they have adapted in such a manner that there is food for them around. Some years it can get particularly dry, and they really do struggle without food resources of their prey animals having moved more north or south for water. And then that makes it difficult, of course. But again, I do not have personal knowledge or experience on this. I can just tell you from what I've heard and from what I've read. But it really, when you see the footage and videos and photos, it just looks so out of place, you know, even though they blend in very well, of course, with the topography and their landscape and everything being a desert. It just really is so fascinating that lions would want to live in an area like this. But same like this, I mean, all of these animals. It's beautiful, don't get me wrong. But I don't think I'd want to live here, to be honest with you. But again, you know, no one asked them, do you want to live here? Do you prefer? They didn't have a real estate agent coming up to me like, what are your or up to them, what are your preferences? What would you like? They just adapt. But I am honestly really, really hoping we see a rhino. I'm very much due for a rhino here in Okokoyo. And I would not be crying crocodile tears if we did see one. However, that being said, you know, we never get greedy. That is the one lesson I've been taught over and over and over by Mother Nature. Just appreciate absolutely everything you see. You know, just, I wish we were here right now to just smell everything around us and, you know, feel the rocks and feel the soil. Because, of course, this is a much different scene that you would find in Djuma or in Amakhala, Kariga, Mashatu even. So it really just is so important just to embrace everything about it, not just the animals or not just the action.
November is Impala lambing season. Impalas have evolved to all give birth within the same few weeks to protect their young in numbers. Here at Wild Earth, we love to celebrate this season. Each of our guides have predicted the date that we will see our first Impala lamb, and we want you to guess who is right. Head over to wildearth.tv/Impala Baby to cast your vote and join the celebration of new wildlife with us.
Oh, that one was very hot. Very, very excited to get into the water. And I mean, that must feel glorious if you can imagine. Of course, you know, we don't know from where they've traveled, how long have they been traveling, what is the distance that they've covered just in this mere couple of hours, you know, today. So I think as soon as they hit the water, it must feel so, so incredible because, you know, just like humans on a hot day, you have a good cocktail or a beer or you jump into the pool, whatever's whatever's your fancy, and then, you know, just cool off. And it's the same with these animals. And as I've mentioned, specifically with the oryx, from what I've seen here at Okokoyo, they really love getting right into the water and sort of cooling down their whole bodies. And because of their horn structure, you know, that's a massive set of horns to have on your body, but it's also a very sturdy animal. So for them, they do use water as a temperature regulation to cool off, to sort of help them with that. But in their nasal region, they also have an extra, a special set of veins that helps with the blood regulation to their brain, which also helps them from sort of not overheating. And again, you know, we can think it's for that reason, but it might have been created or designed that way for a complete different reason. We will never really know. We can just speculate, interpret as best we can. And again, you know, we'll never stop learning specifically about animals. That's what I love about animals. You will never ever stop discovering and being amazed. Oh, I just love that call of the dab chicks, of the little grebes. That I can't even, I can't even try to do it. It's so adorable. And of course, even the little grebes, these tiny birds we see on top of the water every now and again, even they get preyed upon by birds of prey, but not too often from what I've seen, from what I've heard. And the reason for that is they can actually duck underwater every now and again. They are very, very fast. So you'll see them pop up in one place and then go down and then pop up in another place. It's like you're playing whack-a-mole with them or something. Just want to see. It's tricky. I've tried before, but it is tricky getting a closer look at them. But let us try. Those who do not try will not succeed. So that tiny fluff ball that just disappeared, that's them. So often, they'll go underwater and they'll pop up in a completely different space or area. Oh, what a scene. I'm truly hoping we will get some elephants still today before the end of Escape to Nature. I'm not picky on Ukukuyo or Djuma or Mashati, wherever will be happy, but some Ellies will be really, really good since we've seen buffalo, rhino, lions. But again, it's never just about the Big Five or the Magnificent Seven or whatever the case is. All of these animals play a crucial, crucial role in the ecosystem. Just want to have a look-see, see what else is going on around the water hole. If anyone else, perhaps large, goodness, Lisa, words. Large animals are approaching the water. Not going to mention their names. Not yet. I would have settled for some giraffes as well. They're always a treat to see. And last week we actually saw a new baby giraffe here. Not with its umbilical cord still attached, so probably a couple of days old. But yes, hopefully soon. I'm so excited. I cannot tell all of you. I literally turn into a child when it comes to this season in South Africa. And you know, every day I struggle with choosing a favorite because, you know, I often think which waterhole is my favorite, but I never can decide because, of course, every day is a different experience. But let me know what you guys think. Do you prefer the Ukukoya waterhole, the Djuma waterhole, or the Mashatu waterhole? I would love to hear from you. And again, you know, as I say, every day is different. Some days are pumping at just one waterhole. Some days, you know, all of them are really, really active. But let me know which one is your favorite and why. Might it be because of a sighting you've seen at that particular waterhole? Is it perhaps because of the topography, the landscape, the look of the waterhole? Let me know what is your favorite, because I'm still stuck. As I say, I'm on the fence with that one because it changes literally, sometimes not just every day, every hour it could change for me. I love all of them. James, I believe it is. You say that, the Gemsbok horns are just stunning. Now, of course, the Gemsbok are the oryx, those beautiful antelope in the middle with their beautiful massive horns. But yes, they really are stunning. And it's so interesting when you look at all of the various animals, you know, that do have horn structures. I often think, why? And again, you know, we study them, we interpret them and say, okay, well, this could potentially be why they've got this horn structure, etc., etc. But it's just so fascinating when you think of how unique each animal is, you know, and every characteristic about them makes them so unique, and just within their own right, they are so beautiful. But yes, I definitely agree with you there. They are absolutely stunning. Not something I would necessarily want to mess with. Let's just take a look-see again and see if no one else is approaching. You know, I'm always so hopeful. Always. And I always just want to make sure before we check out another one of our locations, just to make sure we're not missing anyone that might potentially be approaching. Elephants! Come. I'm hoping if I whisper they won't hear me and like turn around, but wishful thinking. Hopefully later they will come down to the water. You never know, they might just be chilling for the day, taking things easy, sleeping in. Alrighty, no one else approaching yet. Just want to make sure. Alrighty, so let's see what is happening at Djuma. We have got some more antelope. And of course our beautiful birds singing as always. So these are the waterbuck and then our impalas. And I've been keeping a very close eye on the impalas because you never know, you know. Just now one might decide, okay, well, it's time to have my baby. So sometimes patience does pay off. Of course, a beautiful ram, so this would be his harem that he gets to protect and mate with. Unfortunately, he has to listen to each and everyone's complaining as well. And then, as always, the oxpeckers. So it's so interesting. Someone actually asked me the other day, you know, why can you see their ribs? But you can obviously see that they're pregnant. So impalas, you'll see specifically now, as soon as there's been sufficient and a lot of good rains for the bush, they'll immediately pick up condition again. Their skin will actually start to sort of shimmer and shine again. But they are not malnutritioned. You seeing their ribs or something like that is not a bad indication. They are luckily ruminants, so even during the winter time, you know, they could get a lot of the nutrients or as much nutrients as possible, as opposed to a lot of other animals that was not able to do that. But very much pregnant, so you can... Ooh, I'm so excited. Not the male, I'm just showing you the birds. I realized as soon as I said that I went in closer on the male is not pregnant. I'm just showing you the beautiful oxpeckers on him. And they're off. Oh, that's lovely. So as I mentioned now, you know, they are ruminants, so they get a lot of nutrition out of their food. And thus, they have these small little pellets when they are defecating. That one's got a little headpiece. Nope, that would not work for me. Get out of my ear, get out of my nose, just get off. I would rather get bitten by all the ticks and parasites. But I guess it's either, getting chewed by or bitten by ticks and parasites, or, this bird being a little extra and being a little annoying. But yes, I honestly don't know if I'll be able to. Oh no, you see there now. No. Get away. Just get off. You're annoying now. But of course, they do help the animals. The animals just have to be a little bit tolerant, which this female really is. I would have gotten rid of that oxpecker long ago. And of course, over here we've got the very first animals that were let onto Noah's Ark. But unfortunately, Mrs. Waterbug had a very, very urgent wee. And being at a newly built ark, it just went under construction and everything. She very quickly ran to the toilet and she sat on the toilet seat that was still wet with paint and got this beautiful marking on her. But no, I know a lot of naturalists have a lot of different stories as to why they have their markings and how they got it. But of course, this is just a follow me sign for the waterbucks. But very cool antelopes, these. I love observing them. They are very fascinating. They've got a lot of cool defense mechanisms. Of course, the name derived from the fact that they will easily run into water when they feel threatened or provoked or anything like that. But also, they've got a very shaggy coat and they've got the ability to release a very foul smell into that coat. So generally, when they do feel threatened or anything by a predator, they'll sort of release that smell. And more often than not, that generally puts off the predator. So even, humans, if you do feed off waterbuck or anything like that, as soon as the hairs have touched the skin or the meat, you can't actually eat it anymore, because then it's basically been contaminated with that smell or those pheromones. But very, very cool defense mechanism against predators. I love these guys. Just look at that. That would make such a good photo if it wasn't for the tree. Something you can hang in your bathroom. And again, as always, these animals can coexist. They're not going to eat each other. They feed off different things. The waterbucks are predominantly grazers, where the impalas are mixed feeders, so they can eat leaves and grass. And then, of course, should something be around and threaten them, or, potentially pose a threat, they can all alert one another, which is very, very nifty. I don't know, these guys always look like a wild donkey or something. Something mixed with something. I'm not sure. What do you think? What do you think a waterbuck looks like? The males potentially, for me, always looks like a reindeer. I've never seen a reindeer, but just from what I've seen in movies and on television. But it's such a weird animal. Just look at that. Ooh, so it sounds like we've got some answers about what is your favorite waterhole. So, love nature and animals, I believe it is. You are saying that you love the elephants at Mashatu, if I'm not mistaken. Definitely. I could not agree with you more. But I love elephants anyway, whether it's Mashatu on the moon, I can watch elephants anyway. So thank you for that. And please let me know what is your favorite waterhole or location that we observe here on Escape to Nature. It can also be Amakala or Kariga, Madikwe, anything you would like to say, but it's always interesting because I always find it difficult to choose a favorite, from the waterhole. So just thought I would like to hear your opinion on that. Hello, bookies. Lyra, you are saying you love Ukukuyo because you can see so far and see all of the animals, for miles. Agreed, you see that? Again, I agree. So, yes, Ukukuyo is very interesting and fascinating, and I also love Ukukuyo because so many animals camouflage. Like, you just see a quick movement, and you're like, oh my goodness, there's a jackal, or there's a Kori bustard, or, whatever the case is. So, definitely agree with you guys. You see, already I'm on the fence again, Mashatu and Ukukuyo. If any of you love the Djuma cam, let me know, and let me know why. I love the Djuma cam because it's very, I almost want to say unpredictable. Like last Thursday, I believe it was, I had a massive herd of buffaloes, just sort of coming down to the water. And then that afternoon we had the sneaky Marips leopard. So, but it really is, I'm on the fence. I don't know which waterhole is my favorite. Oh, we've got both our saddleboard stalks back. Just chilling. Hey guys. Jeez, they really are taking it easy. Barefoot, you would like to know, are there any other birds apart from the oxpeckers that actually perch on the animals for, cleaning them and getting fed in the process as well? Well, in terms of actually sitting on the animals, it's predominantly the oxpeckers. But birds that do travel with, animals as well to sort of, as soon as the insects get flushed and all of that, would be your fork-tailed drongo, your cattle egret, a lot of other birds as well. But in terms of actually sitting on animals, it's predominantly your oxpeckers. Just trying to make sure now that I am correct, trying to think. But yes, your oxpeckers actually, interestingly enough, for a bird that size, they do not have a passerine foot structure. Now, what that means is, like a lot of your smaller birds have 3 toes in front and then 1 at the back, your oxpeckers have 2 in front and 2 at the back, which refers to them being zygodactyl. And that is the same foot structure as an eagle, for instance, or an owl. Those birds that sort of, need to grab their prey. But oxpeckers, of course, just have that foot structure so they can actually hold onto the animals that they are cleaning at that present moment. But yes, your fork-tailed drongos, your cattle egrets, you'll find a lot of other birds also moving with animals because something as big as a buffalo, for instance, as they move through the grass, they'll flush out insects, and then those birds will go for it. Oh, come on, guys. Look at us with your sticky notes. Just want to have a look because I do believe our grey heron was around earlier as well. So just want to make sure if he is not in fact still around. Nina, you would like to know if any bird species engage in conflict with one another. Yes, of course. Just like my siblings and I, when there's sweeties or food involved, we get very physical. No, I'm kidding. But yes, of course, when it comes to food and competing for all of that, specifically in your drier seasons, I've seen where I have to think now, it was a Goliath heron, African fish eagle, and saddle-billed stork, funny enough. And I can't believe who caught it first. I think the Goliath heron caught the fish. It was a barbel or catfish. And then along came an African fish eagle, and these two fought about it. And then a saddle-billed stork got the fish eventually. And then at the end of it, a crocodile got away with the fish. So definitely, animals will always engage in conflict if, there's something at stake for them. So it's all about survival of the fittest out here. But even your smaller birds, if they see birds of prey, something like an owl or an eagle, we often see that where there's perhaps a martial eagle or an African fish eagle perched on a tree, as soon as drongos and other birds spot that bird, they will sort of give a massive alarm call, and they'll sort of try to irritate that bird just to get it to take off, because they know that that bird can either prey on them or perhaps, prey on their eggs or whatever the case is. Even the Egyptian geese, even they engage in conflict. They can be very territorial. So, is that a little one or is that a lapwing?
Elephants are one of those few animals that you can watch all day without ever finding a moment where there's nothing that's interesting you about them.
Register for free on our website or on our app and get stuck into all the excitement of live wildlife viewing. Ask our expert guides your questions, learn more, and enjoy this community of animal-loving people, all in real time. Wild Earth, connecting you naturally.
Of course, we spoke about the Kalahari lions earlier on, but in areas like Kalahari especially, a lot of the times, the jackals will actually go for the doves and they will catch them. Something as small as this. It's very fascinating when you start to take a closer look even at the small things. Just want to see if our antelope are still around. Alrighty, well, it seems that Mr. Rolf is also doing some birding today. That seems to be the order for us today with this weather. So I'm going to send you over to Rolf, who is in Kariga.
Indeed, birding is the order of the day, and we've got now a male ostrich that came down and he was having a bit of a dust bath. Let's see if he's going to do it again. Seems to sort of ruffle up the soil and dust with his neck and then throw it in under his wings. With the Egyptian goose in the foreground. Like with all birds, ostriches do also like dust bathing, and they like throwing it all over themselves. But I think, like everybody else, he's also just relaxing a bit. See, with the bill open, probably trying to keep cool. That's how birds do keep cool when it gets very hot. They sort of do a little bit of goulart flapping as well, which is actually more efficient than panting. I'm sure there's a nest not far from here. It's not just behind this sort of dam wall, it looks like, because just over here on the right, I don't think she's sitting on it, but they were sitting in a particular spot earlier. I wasn't able to see any eggs, but there's a female. She looks like she's having a snooze. So all in all, a very calm atmosphere. So much so that this female ostrich is falling asleep. Laura, good question. Why do ostriches have such long necks? Well, I would have to say that it's probably as a result of them having such long legs. Because if they didn't have such a long neck, they wouldn't be able to reach to the ground on what they feed on. So I think they've evolved that long neck at the same time that they've evolved lengthening legs. That would be my take on it. So they do feed on the ground. So as they got further and further away from the ground, they needed to extend their neck back towards the ground to be able to feed and to drink. They feed on pretty much anything that they come across. So whether it's grass and button flowers or insects, stones, the stones they eat for their digestive process, but pretty much anything that presents itself will be fed on by ostriches. They can be omnivorous, but predominantly herbivorous. There we go, getting into the bath now. It tries to scoop this soil with its neck, get it there into the feathers. It's turning out to be a very useful little ridge that. The rhinos use it to sleep on, so do the buffalo, and now see the ostrich using it as a dust bathing spot. Kevin, good question. Second fastest after cheetah. I would have to say that it would be a close. I think that a tsessebe would be faster. I've clocked ostriches running over 60 kilometers an hour, but not over 70. And I believe that tsessebe can get up to about 80 kilometers an hour. So they're the fastest of the antelope. So I would say that they're probably in line with the fastest, maybe a handful, but I wouldn't say that they're second. Righty, so I wonder what this ostrich is now going to get on over and do. Looks like he's just going to go for a bit of feeding. Anyway, well, I see what unfolds here. Let's see what's unfolding at Djuma.
Look who finally decided to show up. It is our elephants. And believe it or not, it is 12:42 in South Africa, and this is only our first elephant sighting on Escape to Nature, which does not sound right. But believe it, because it's true. Woo! You have to catch up, little one. Good morning, beautiful elephants. Or good afternoon, I should say. Good afternoon. I'm so used to seeing these guys already early in the morning, whether it's here at Djuma or Mashatu or Ukukuyo. Oh, I am so happy now. And they literally came storming in. Just look at a little Nunus. And just look at how they all know to follow the exact same path. The only real thing breaking my mind right now, I mean, I've been at a lot of water holes, you know, where you sort of do play on the shallow ends. When I say play, you know, you're catching dragonflies and on the days that you do not have guests. And you will literally sink in. This is easily, you know, a 4-ton animal, and they are just making it look effortless. So what is the secret? Was I wearing the wrong shoes? Put on your 4x4 drive. That is just massively impressive how they get up there. And again, you know, that's not a massive mountain or hilltop or something, but still, that's pretty impressive. Just want to see if there's others following. Generally, as you know by now, we've got a bull or something that's just someone, I should say, that's just sort of lagging behind, but it does not seem to be the case with this beautiful herd. I am so happy. Of course, you know, we've already seen wonderful things today, but elephants are always a highlight. It's just such a timeless, iconic animal in Africa. Want to see, one of the babies are probably going to throw a tantrum at the impala. Just want to have a look-see. Or it might be that one young bull that's facing them. Lee, you are asking, how do elephants know which pool to follow, I believe, or? Oh, sorry, who to follow. So of course, there's a matriarch that's in charge of the herd. But yes, elephants are very, very social animals. They communicate constantly by rumbling, by trumpeting. So they are always, always communicating with one another. So of course, generally, the matriarch will decide, okay, that's enough, let's move on, or let's carry on, or stay a bit, depending on the situation. But they are very social animals. Very, very connected to one another. So as soon as one is in distress, they'll all sort of throw a tantrum. But generally, it'll be the matriarch that's sort of deciding, okay, let's carry on, or look at this baby. It's gonna make maracas now. Chase them, baby, chase them. Of course, they just want to get to those green leaves, which the impalas are enjoying, but the elephants will just get their leaves and, oh, baby, what is wrong? You're stuck. But of course, they'll get their leaves and then the impalas will stick around. They know it's just elephants. They know it's not something that's going to eat them. Flappity flap those ears. Throw a tantrum. I'd probably do the same if I was a young or baby elephant. If your mother or father or auntie or cousin or uncle is that massive, you can really try to intimidate anything. And you can see there hasn't even been all of the sufficient rain and everything that we will get to, experience in the summertime, hopefully, crossing fingers, if Mother Nature is blessed with enough rain. But you can see already the elephants are really enjoying the shrubs, all of the salad that is now around that was not necessarily around before, or was, but not in such a good condition. It's a lesser spotted elephant. Hi, little one. What are you smelling? And it's just so incredible, you know, when you observe elephants, specifically when you are in one area constantly, you know, whether you're a naturalist on just one reserve and you get to see babies grow up. It's always so much fun. It literally feels like your own children. But it's always so fascinating, you know, when you observe elephants specifically, how quickly some of the babies learn to use their trunks and to eat and to just sort of be an elephant, and then others take a bit longer, whether it's their circumstances that sort of, you know, influence that, or the area that they might be found in. Oh, it's such an incredible animal. Starbuck, you would like to know, how do matriarchs pass on information? So again, elephants are very, very resourceful animals. They are very social animals. But it really depends, you know. It could just be by observation. Again, this is why I would love to understand animals, because, you know, is it something that they discuss, you know? An elephant cow knowing she's nearing her time, and, you know, perhaps just taking the next eldest female, going to have a chat and say, listen, here's your to-do list, this is the do's and don'ts. But then again, you know, we are taught to believe that generally it's the eldest and the biggest female that becomes the matriarch. And that is not always the case. It can be the case in most scenarios. But on my previous reserve that I worked at, there was a very special herd of elephants, and the oldest female was not the matriarch. It's just like she sort of said, no, thanks, I'm good, I don't want to. I declined the position, and it was not the biggest female or the oldest female that became the matriarch. So I think it really is like humans as well. And but yes, I think it's passed down by observation. It could be the memory thing as well, you know. Often we are taught that elephants, you know, go by memory. So they'll remember watering holes. They'll remember a lot of sights and things that they have visited formerly. So I think, but also communication, definitely. As I say, elephants are very, very social animals, and I wish I could understand them. Oh, I would literally sell my left pinky to be able to do that. Specifically, even if I had to choose, you know, just understanding one animal, it would be an elephant, because I think there's so much going on that we do not even begin to fathom or realize or see. And they've got this super, super dynamic, just social structure, and so many dynamics within that social structure and herd. So they really are super fascinating animals. And, you know, often again, we tend to think, okay, it's the matriarch deciding, okay, it's time to move on. Sometimes it's babies that, not babies, but sometimes it's like teenagers. They'll just start to wander off, and then I think it's sort of a thing from the adults of, ugh, let's just follow them for in case they get in trouble, or, you know, much like humans as well. Some children tell their parents what to do, and some parents tell their children what to do. It really does depend. Just look at how quickly they disappear. Of course, yes, they are massive animals, we can see them from here. But as soon as they get into the bush, you wouldn't even know there were elephants here. And just like that, they disappear. It really is right time, right place, especially with elephants from my experience. People tend to think, no, it's a big animal, you'll easily spot them. No, not the case, not even in winter time, because in winter time, of course, a lot of trees shed their leaves, and they tend to think, okay, well, the bush is very naked and bare, then you should be able to see them easily, but then themselves and the rhinos blend in so well with the dead trees. So it really is a 50-50 chance any time of the year or any time of the day, really, with elephants. And I'm just so happy that we have a water hole that is assisting us, because had it not been for that, we might have missed them. These storks, I can't deal with them. They're literally just chilling. This is literally the most stationary or chilled out that I've seen saddle-billed storks ever. But yes, still remember to send me your answers with regards to what is your favorite, it can be location, but what is your favorite water hole, specifically on Escape to Nature? Is it Ukukuyo, Mashatu, Djuma? I know after today mine is Djuma, but again, that might change tomorrow. I'm literally on the fence every single day with that question, because I love all of them for various reasons. Bucket List, thank you so much for getting in touch with us. It really is awesome hearing from you. But yes, I too am super stoked we got to spend some time with the elephants. And again, it just shows you never take anything for granted. Because it truly is, every day's different. And You never know what you're going to get. We tend to think there's always elephants in Mashatu. I haven't seen one elephant today in Mashatu, and I've been keeping a very, very, very close eye, of course. Just making sure we don't miss anything at any of the water holes. But yes, I too am very, very happy that we got to see the heffalumpies and their nunus. Shame the impalas are sort of taking it easy again. It's always funny when elephants approach, cause I don't think they always mean to, be so dominating and so, I almost want to say intrusive. But of course, due to their size, the animals tend to just sort of back off, give them respect and give them their space. I would too. Definitely, even if I knew they're not going to eat me, they're not going to trample me, I would always just be very, very careful of the elephants, specifically with the youngsters. Shelly B, you are saying you like Mashatu because of the elephant sightings. Yes. Now, see, this is what I always thought. And then if you have an elephant sighting like we just had in Djuma, because it's such a big watering hole, they can move around it and all of that. So for that reason, I like elephant sightings at Djuma, but I love it at Mashatu because of that little spring they gather at. And, there's a lot of different interactions going on at Mashatu. So yes, I like hearing from you guys because I can't make my mind up with with this whole debate I am having with myself. Just taking it easy. You see that for me? No, get off. That's super intrusive. Seems very annoying. And you can literally see how the oxpecker combs through the actual... She almost bit him. Yes, that would be me as an impala. You can see her regurgitating nicely now as well. So of course, as soon as she stops chewing, then she'll swallow her food, and then you can watch the bottom of her neck and another ball of cud will come up for her to regurgitate. It's always very interesting to see this. Ooh, no, birdie, you're going to get kicked in the face. At least, if I was the impala, I would kick you in your face. There we go. Watch the bottom of her neck. Troop. Very cool. I always find it so fascinating. And I've seen it hundreds of times in my life, in my career. And it's just every time I'm literally like a child on its first safari. Alrighty. Well, of course, I will check out Djuma Cam constantly and see who else pitches up. But in the meantime, I've got a surprise for you at Okokoyo. Look who came to visit. Finally, some more elephants. And it's not a whole herd, but I am more than happy with this. I hope you are too. Two beautiful bulls. Just beautiful, and hopefully they'll take a good, nice mud bath now. They are, of course, giving us their best side. But beggars can't be choosers. Tyler, yes, definitely. Patience is always, the name of the game. And I've learned this so many times with a lot of animals and a lot of sightings that I've had, specifically elephants. But yes. And sometimes, it does pay off. Sometimes it does not. You can go a full 3-4 hour safari trying to track elephants, find them. And then literally just as you get back to the lodge, then one of your colleagues finds them. So definitely patience, but also right time, right place. But here pretty much, yes, it is a patience game. And I'm just loving these clouds.
Have you ever wondered what happens behind the safari?
And jump!
Living in the wild can affect you,
It's the smell that...
and things don't always go as planned.
I'm gonna start coming down. Whoa!
Download the Wild Earth app and join the crew behind the scenes. It's in your nature.
And those beautiful birds you can hear in the background, those are the hornbills, the yellow-billed hornbills. That quack, 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 quack. Those are the yellow-billed hornbills. I think one of these days we are due for a naturalist challenge again to make some animal noises. Or perhaps baby animal noises. Setting out a challenge here that I don't even know if I can necessarily do. And of course, when hornbills do that, it's a beautiful display they put up. They sort of do this wiggling thing with their bodies, or not wiggling, like when you rocking, that's the word. When they're rocking forth and backwards, opening their wings, doing that call. It's stunning. Very, very cool birds to photograph as well. But please do send us your questions, comments. I'm still waiting for some answers on what is your favorite waterhole. If you don't have a favorite waterhole, you can send us any of the Wild Earth locations. What's your favorite location? Is it because of the animals you see there generally? Is it because of the topography, the biome, the look of it, the landscape? Which is your favorite waterhole? Because at the end of the day, we are live. And this is all interactive. We want you to enjoy the experience. Because it's all about you. This is your safari. Come on, heffalumps, give us your pretty side. Not this. This is not pretty, but I do believe you can do better. But again, if you look at it, it's very clever. Standing in this position, you know, it's not gonna. They are. I almost want to say they are more vulnerable when they are on the other side, because that is a much more open area, much more vast. So if something is perhaps something very brave or very silly is stalking them from behind, they won't necessarily see it as well as they would standing from this viewpoint. But again, you never know. A predator could be lurking anywhere or come from any side. Barefoot, you would like to know why is this area covered in the white rock. So that is because of the geology you find here, and also the biome, I guess. So this is the largest salt pan in Africa, and all of the minerals and all of that, the salt, the minerals, everything around that is also what creates the white rocks. So it's due to all of the minerals that you will find in this area. And again, you know, that contributes to the animals' well-being, of course, even though they do feed on vegetation, trees, grass, all of that. That does help as well. I don't know who of you have visited Pilanesberg. It is a game reserve that we have in South Africa, in the northwest, if I'm not mistaken. And they actually put out salt rocks every now and again, specifically in the winter time, for instance, to help the animals with minerals and nutrient intake. So that is why you will see all of these white rocks. But it's natural. It wasn't put there by humans, or, well, that we know of. That is the topography and the biome that you would actually find here. And again, it's insane to think animals would live here and would be able to survive here. Just want to see if these elephants will be nice to us and turn around, have a bit of a mud bath. But I'm super stoked. Elephants are always such a treat to see. Of course, your elephant bulls, as soon as, depending on the age as well. But generally they will sort of break away from the herd, mate with several cows. And then often, you'll find males that become older, just like buffaloes as well. They sort of just break away from the herd completely and move around on their own. Or they might even lag behind different herds. It's so interesting. Again, it just shows you how impeccable their smell is. Because there's a springbok right behind them, some more walking right behind them. And elephants don't like it if something is right behind them. And they are super calm, super relaxed. So they must smell, okay, well, this is not a predator of some sort. This is not something that might be harmful to me. Bev, you would like to know if the rocks do not hurt the animal's feet. So I would guess no, and predominantly because, again, animals adapt as they go along. But if you look at the animals apart from the elephants, all of them are hoofed animals. So no, it will not hurt them because they are made for environments like this to be able to run as well as to sort of, avoid getting hurt by things like that. With elephants have very, very, very thick padded feet. So even though they are super heavy, that does assist them in carrying around all that weight. But it does also assist them when they are actually in the bush, and feeding. Because of course elephants can feed off thorns as well. So no. From what we believe, it does not hurt their feet. I've even seen lions at this water hole. And lions, can, of course, they've also got padded feet. Just like a dog or cat, at home, if they step in a rock or something or thorn, it might hurt them. But no, with regards to the other animals, it doesn't really hurt them, no. From what we know, again, we never know when they get a boo-boo or ouchie. But you'll definitely see it with an animal. If they've got a serious injury, of course they'll have a bit of a limp or something. Nancy, good afternoon. You would like to know what other animals come here. So as I mentioned, I've seen lions here at night. This water hole, from what I know, is not fully equipped with IR yet, infrared. So yes, but I've seen lions here. And of course, you can get a lot of your other nocturnal animals. As I've mentioned earlier, the jackals do come here. You can see honey badgers here. I'm yet to see those ones. But yes, you can even see leopards here. So it really does depend. But yes, my first time I saw, I believe it was 2 lionesses here. So there is a light on at night, but no infrared. I'm honestly just loving these clouds. It really looks like something out of a movie or an animation or something. Like it was just stuck on there. There we go, elephant. Give us a better view of you. And of course, elephant tusks will always keep growing from what we know. Unless it was severely damaged to the root. Because of course, elephant tusks as well as a rhino horn is not the full thing that you see. It goes into the face. Which is why it's so horrible when they do get poached. Because people often, really, really dismantle their faces to get to that tusk or to that horn or whatever the case is. So sometimes you see massive elephants with tiny tusks or thin tusks. And other times, I used to work with an elephant. He was a young elephant. I think he was 11 years old. And he had massive, massive tusks. So again, that's just genes. It's also based on something that we call genetic wealth. So it's sort of a broad topic, but basically to give you an idea, if you take a fish and a fish tank, if you put it in a fish bowl, it's going to stay small. If you put it in a massive aquarium, it's going to become rather large. So the same with animals and elephants specifically. The larger, the area, the bigger they might become. But again, it is also based on their genes and their DNA. Good afternoon, beautiful. Sean, you would like to know what makes an elephant a tusker. That is a brilliant question. I am not sure of the exact requirements or what qualifies them, but I know it's an elephant with massive tusks. But I will have to research that for you. That's a brilliant question, because I'm not sure what the requirements are. And of course, the requirements today as opposed to 50 years ago is much different, because in the olden days you had massive elephants, really, really large. But even today, you still find really huge elephants with stunning tusks. But that is a good question. I will definitely get back to you on that. Whew. Are you angry? No one is even upsetting you. Goodness. There is that dominance thing I was talking about, but as I say, I think that was more on purpose as opposed to, the other times when elephants just approach and everything sort of makes way. He really did make a point of letting each and every animal know that he is there. Large and proud, and very much intimidating. You can see he's just sort of listening, making sure of his surroundings. It might be that he's actually hearing people, because of course there is a campsite here at Okokoyo where people also come to observe the animals. So with him having such good hearing, it might be that he's hearing some people, he might be hearing something else, some other elephants approaching. Again, we don't always know what they're communicating, because their rumbling can even be inaudible to us as humans, which makes it so much more intriguing and incredible. Like, it makes me so sad that I can't understand them. But I am also, Nancy, just to get back to your question, we also have black rhinos here in Okokoyo. As I mentioned this morning, I'm very much due for a rhino again. And generally they tend to come as soon as the sun goes down. So black rhinos are browsers, so generally during the day they are probably browsing, feeding, and then at night time they come to drink water and just sort of cool off. But I am highly due for a rhino again, so hopefully today we will still see one. And it might be that these two bulls always travel together. It might be that they just meet up, quickly had a beer, and then carry on with their day. But I doubt that. Generally, we tend to see either 2 or 3 bulls together here at Okokoyo. Of course, there's way more than that, but I think it's those 2 that I'm thinking of. Just want to see what this bull is going to do here on the right side. He's either taking a nap or he's considering, mock charging the rest of the animals. But it looks like he's just sort of taking a wee bit of a sneaky nap. I really wish I could do that. Just nap, go on autopilot. Still be alert, still be aware. Still carry on with your day, but just take a quick rest while you're busy with something else. Candy, you would like to know where is the vegetation, if I'm not mistaken, in Okokoyo. So you can see there at the back there's a tree line, and that is pretty much where the vegetation is here in Okokoyo. But as I often say, you know, I wouldn't live here. I prefer dense, lush bush, and yes, Okokoyo is everything but there at the back you can see a tree line, so often that is where we see the animals actually approaching the water hole from. So then they'll just sort of move back into the tree line. But again, you know, there is a lot of minerals and nutrients around here, believe it or not. But for the animals that actually prefer, you know, a lot of vegetation as such, way there at the back, there's a tree line. And then, of course, around this sort of campsite, I almost want to say, there is also some vegetation. I almost said vegetables, but I guess it is vegetables for them. Nancy, you are saying that Okokoyo is so peaceful. Yes, I could not agree with you more. It is such a beautiful and just peaceful area, this. I really, really love it. But yes, it's always so interesting, you know, when you do look at the different water holes and locations, at the various sightings you can have, but also that you do have then, because every single day is different. I haven't seen that many wildebeest here today, and generally, you know, they are always around, so it really depends on the day, I guess, which makes it so much exciting. So much more exciting, I should say. And exhilarating. It's just you never know what's going to happen. We've also got some kudu off to our left. Eddie, no, all of the animals do not necessarily have to wait for the elephants to leave. I think, again, it's just it's a respect thing, but it's also, you know, a smart thing. That animal's huge, and they don't know if it's going to accidentally fall on them or something, so or trample them, or they might perhaps get in the way. So no, they don't have to leave as soon as the elephants arrive at a water hole. But again, generally when you do see elephants coming to a water hole, you'll see the other animals mostly back off. And sometimes not. Sometimes they coexist in complete peace and harmony and just go about their day, both of them.
To sit down around a fire in conversation is a practice as old as mankind. There is an ancient sense of magic about sharing and learning as embers twirl into the night sky. Here at Wild Earth, we see the value of this practice and want to retain it in an age where so much divides us. If you sign up to be an explorer, you can join in this gathering and return to the ritual of connection with Wild Earth.
Jamie, good afternoon. You would like to know which group of animal species have the largest herds? It really depends on where you go. I've seen herds of, hundreds of buffalo. Buffalo is definitely one. Elephant herds can also be massive. Impala herds can be massive. So it really depends on the area that you go to. If you go to the Masai Mara, for instance, you'll see a lot of herds aggregating, coming together to move together as a unit. So it really depends. But I would say buffalo, definitely. That is probably the most extensive animal in terms of herd numbers that I've seen. But I could be wrong. But again, it just depends where you go and the circumstances. Alrighty, but in the meantime, I think let us see what is happening At Djuma. I love those springboks. Let's go to Djuma. Of course, still our impalas around, and I'm keeping such a close eye on them because I'm really hoping and praying to see a birth. So I've just been keeping an eye on all of the females to see, if maybe one of them get contractions or anything like that. Probably a long shot, but you never know. This one specific female has been, I don't know, sort of keeping to herself this whole time. So, not sure if that's just coincidental or if she's just trying to just get some space from the herd. Of course, it's incredible seeing babies, and even if you are in fact lucky enough to see a birth in the wild, even us as naturalists, people tend to think that we see it every day, but it's not. It's just as special for us as it would be for any first-time safari goer. But of course, as I mentioned, baby season is upon us, and we're super, super excited about all the cuteness and oddness and weirdness that is on its way, honestly. I love baby season. But of course, as we anticipate the dropping of the impala lambs next week, hopefully now, but next week, we would like you to join us for the 9th, or from the 9th to the 13th of November. That's, of course, when we'll welcome and celebrate all of our little ones during our sunset safaris. And then we'll also be going through some of our best and funniest moments of cute and adorable baby animals. And then, of course, bingo coming up Saturday will also be switched up. So the naturalists will be competing to find babies and juveniles and teenagers. And then, of course, what better way to end the celebration on Sunday, which is the 13th, than with a fireside chat about these cute bundles of joy. But yes, I am very, very excited. I'm literally just sitting here hoping that one of these animals will now have a baby. That will make not only my day, but just my complete year. My first ever birth I saw was a wildebeest, and then my last birth to date was also a wildebeest. And I've missed a giraffe birth by literally 2 minutes. Great stuff. But of course, as always, Mr. Rolf is also looking at some beautiful animals, so I'm going to send you over to him in Kariga.
Well, I'm pretty sure that the landscape over there is slightly different to where these impala are here. And one thing I've noticed about all the animals in the Eastern Cape down here in the Sweetveld is that they are all just in prime condition. It is amazing. The grass and feed is just so nutritious that the animals really do well. It does come with the adverse sort of effect that there are a lot of pests as well, including ticks. And I must say that here on this side of the reserve there are a lot of ticks indeed. But it doesn't seem to affect the animals too much. There was a lot of aloe grooming going on a little bit earlier. Well, impala being such a successful species, even though they are predated upon by pretty much all the predators, especially when the lambing season comes through, as you would have seen now, the first lamb being dropped in the Lowveld or in the Djuma area. There's none here yet. But when they do come, then they will fall prey to predators like caracal, brown hyena, and the likes, jackals as well. But that's one of the reasons why they are so successful, is because they have that synchronized breeding and dropping of the lambs, so they all drop at a very similar time, and then well, the little lambs have a better chance of survival. Another thing is that they partake in aloe grooming, so they do assist each other in getting rid of some of these ticks and pests that they have around them. And that's another one of the reasons why they're so successful, as well as them being so athletic, being able to evade predators. And they have that metatarsal gland on the back of their foot, which is not confirmed, but they do believe that it leaves a scent trail as they run through the bush and evading predators. And as they kick out when they stot and they extend the back leg, it does leave that scent trail, so it helps for them to be able to follow each other. Aside from the normal white flag that is raised, that they can use as a visual follow me sign. And then they've got that very typical counter shading, white at the bottom, lighter on the side, and then dark at the top. There's one ram there. I think there's maybe a couple of younger males as well just next to him. But a very, very successful species indeed. Even though during the rutting season you see those males that constantly fight with each other, and then they get taken out by leopards, and you see them hanging in the trees like Christmas presents. But and then during the lambing season the babies get taken out quite a lot, but there's still more that come through than get eaten. Like you would see at Okokuyo with the springbok, they perform a lot of pronking, which is straight legs, head down when they jump. Well, the impala perform stotting, which is bouncing between the back and the front legs. But it's a similar sort of dance, but different. Same, but different. Just scanning across there. There's a lot of them here. So Olivia, not all antelope have a particular rutting season. It's not, well, they do, but it's not as pronounced with all of them. So some of them do it at different times of the year, whereas impala, they have a real set sort of period that they rut. It's normally around the shortening of the days, and that coincides with them then having an increase in testosterone, and that's what triggers it. It's all about testosterone and the hormone levels, which then drives the males mad, and they just want to kill each other. And I've had a few altercations with rutting impala, and in fact when I was running a reserve not too far from here, I was the reserve manager there, and one of my guides came back one day and his shoulder was dislocated, and the side of the door was smashed in. And he proceeded to tell me the story of how there were two male ram impala rutting, fighting, and the one chased the other one, and they came straight at the vehicle, and the one jumped through the vehicle and the other one ran straight into the door. So you could still see the horn imprints in the side of the door. The one that jumped through the vehicle hit him as it was going past and dislocated his shoulder, and the second one smashed straight into the door, which we had to replace. And they both ran off after each other. So there was nothing wrong with the animals, but I had to book my guide off of work for about 3 weeks as a result. So it's not really the time for rutting now, but they can also have a false rut around the time when the females around and after they've dropped the lambs, and I think it's to do with the hormonal changes of the females themselves that for some reason stimulates the males to have another second bout of an increase in testosterone, and then they start fighting again. And I've seen a bit of that now, but I think it might be because we haven't seen any lambs, but it might be that it's imminent. And you can see the size of this one's horns. It's just fabulous. So the Tula, their diet will change according to what is available. So impala are mixed feeders, and that's one of the reasons why they are so successful, apart from all the other things that I've mentioned. And so they can feed on a wide variety of different plants. So they can eat grass, they can also browse, they can eat flowers, they can eat all sorts of different vegetation. Here there's so many different nutritive plants that they can feed on that they shift to whatever is available during the year. So yes, in particular with impala, and that's one of the reasons why species that are generalists, that can adapt to different changes of the seasons as well as geographical locations, they're the ones that perform very well and they survive in different environments. Whereas specialists that we could use as examples, gemsbok or oryx, as well as ostriches, that are more specialized to dry conditions, springbok included, when those conditions change and it becomes very wet, they don't do very well at all. So specializing can be a good thing, but I think it's got more disadvantages than it does advantages, because then when those conditions change, they find it more difficult to adapt. So we're looking at real generalists here, and that's what I like to call myself. I'm a jack of all trades but a master of none. So I'm a generalist, but it does make for interesting conversations because I know a little bit about everything, but I'm not a specialist in anything, if I can say that. So go the impala. I think they're very, very interesting, and to be able to adapt and survive in such different environments, I think it makes them very special. And that's why we see so many of them. It's always amazing when you bring guests out for the first time when they see an impala. All the cameras are out and the clicks are going like the paparazzi, but after half an hour of seeing your 100th impala, they generally then stop. It's like when I go into Etosha and the first zebra that they see, and springbok and ostrich, the cameras are going nuts. But yeah, you literally drive for 2 kilometers and then they're wanting to see cheetah and elephants and lions, and no more photos of the impala. But we've always got to remember as guides that even though we see so many of these animals, that people coming from alternative lands, America, Britain, Europe, and further afield, they don't get to see these animals as much as we do. So we need to put ourselves in their shoes and be as excited as them to see the very common impala. Arctic circle. Good question. Which animal can I smell? Antelope in particular, you're asking, before you see it. I have to say a waterbuck. If you've ever driven on a game drive and you have seen waterbuck, and then suddenly you drive to where they cross the road, you will immediately smell them. They've got a very particular musky smell about them, and it's all down to that gland that assists in keeping their fur sort of waterproof, because they do like to be in and around the water a lot, as their name suggests. So waterbuck, I would have to say, Arctic circle, springs to mind immediately in terms of their smell. But the rest of them, they all sort of blend in. They don't have a particular smell that you pick up immediately, that as you're driving along you could say, yeah, there must be impala here. It's pretty much isolated to waterbuck. You just see that lovely bush in the background with the blue flowers. That is plumbago. And the little Xhosa children, they often use those. The flower is quite sticky, and the girls often stick them on their ears like pretty earrings. Natural. And they also say that they're a good luck charm for the local Xhosa people. The elephants and the giraffe and the impala do feed on those bushes. They've got lovely green leaves, but I've also seen them feeding on the flowers themselves, so they must be quite sweet. See, dotted all the way there in the background. Okay, everybody now moving slowly towards the water. Some zebra walking through. It's not going to be long. We're going to see some baby zebra, that's for sure. can see dominating in the background there on the kloof is those euphorbias. See those white sort of trunks. They are succulents, and one of the closest sort of species that we have to a cactus here in South Africa, naturally occurring. River and valley euphorbia. The white latex is toxic, but it's not so bad as the ones that you find in Namibia. The Euphorbia damarana, as well as the Euphorbia virosa. Highly, highly toxic. And the same family of the plants that the Bushmen or Khoisan people used to put onto their poison arrows and hunt animals with it. It's a toxin that affects the brain. That's why they used to cut the animals' heads off immediately once they got to it. So all very interesting, and I've spent many days showing people the different euphorbias. And well, I wouldn't say that euphorbia is then a best bit, but speaking of best bits, if you're not able to watch the full show, you can download our app and watch the highlights and the best bits from each show. That would be the sunrise and sunset safaris, as well as and including Escape to Nature. Really funny weather now. It's cooled off again. There's an ostrich there.
November is impala lambing season. Impalas have evolved to all give birth within the same few weeks to protect their young in numbers. Here at Wild Earth, we love to celebrate this season. Each of our guides have predicted the date that we will see our first impala lamb, and we want you to guess who is right. Head over to wildearth.tv/Impala Baby to cast your vote and join the celebration of new wildlife with us.
So yeah, ostrich eggs, around 22 chicken eggs, makes quite a good big omelette, but it's very rich. I'm not a fan of rich foods, so for me I could only eat a little bit of it, but it is very tasty. And it is high in protein. So obviously the Khoisan people used to eat the ostrich eggs as well as use them for water. So they could just plug a hole with a piece of wood like a cork, and then they also used to, where they would move around, they would actually bury ostrich eggs with water in them, and then they would when they would go on their hunting trips, then they would always have water stashed in these ostrich eggs so that they could replenish their thirst and continue on the hunt. So very useful indeed. See, as we go out here, she really does just disappear into the landscape. Very well camouflaged. See what else we can find. The wildebeest. Also just grazing through, and also in fine tip-top condition. So Violet, ostriches don't really have, they don't really compete with any other animals, so they coexist very easily with all these animals here on the plain. There's no real competition. I haven't seen any fighting with these other animals between them. I haven't seen any fighting with ostriches whatsoever. The only thing that ostriches fight with is other ostriches, as well as humans or anything that comes near to the nest when they do have eggs. And then it's just that they just chase them off. But there's no real competition because they pretty much feed on anything. So they don't really compete. But there has been a lot of competition between the males for females here. And like I say, lots of mating that has been going on. And yesterday the first 2 chicks were spotted, closely followed by mom and dad. So they are very good protective parents. I have a feeling she is on a nest there. We'll just have to wait and see. Righty, so all calm, all relaxed. The temperature is just fine. There's not much wind and there's no rain. That's wonderful. And the animals just filling their bellies. While I continue watching them just do their thing, let's see what animals are doing their thing at Djuma.
Dankie, Ralph. And of course, you had an interesting bird, and so do I. The sticky note stork. Very, very fascinating bird. So they've actually moved to the other side of the water hole. They did a little bit of probing in the water. Not much of an attempt, I have to say, but who am I to judge? But yes, they are now, well, at least the one that I know of, on the complete opposite side of the water hole here at Djuma. Oh, good yoga pose. There we go. Feel the burn. Nice. I think that was a dung beetle. I'm not sure. Yes, I think the stork realized it's going to have more luck with the dung beetles and the bugs and everything as opposed to the fish. So of course, just like the hardidars, you know, that we often see, very successful probing beak that they have, or bill that they have, and that of course assists them when they actually want to get to the bugs and everything that is underground, because of course, you know, a lot of the moisture and everything in the ground now is causing a lot of the insects and the creepy crawlies to sort of come to the surface. So a lot of birds are now taking advantage of that. Yes, it's a weird looking bird, honestly. So of course, you know, they are looking for movement as well, if they don't want to dig that deep into the soil. But again, just like anything else, we don't fully fathom what's going on here. We don't know if it might be feeling vibrations of the bugs underneath the soil or what. What an absolutely beautiful bird. I love them. They're so cool for photographing. But just if you observe them now as well, what a fascinating creature. Ooh, that's a big bug. Come on, birdie. Get us something good. Or at least not for us, for you. But we would, of course, love to see you get something good. Just want to take a look around. I will come back to this beauty now. Just want to make sure what is happening at the water hole. Nancy, you would like to know, does the fish population drop in water? Yes, from what we've seen, of course, you know, water levels do drop. So it really depends on the area you go to. You know, is it a man-made water hole that is, you know, filled up constantly, or what the situation is? But of course, your catfish or your barbel are often able to sort of still exist in moist soil, if that makes sense, like in the mud. Often you'll find leopards in winter seasons sort of going after the catfish in the muddy areas. There's our other stalk. Just having a bit of a cleaning session. Let us see if our hunting stalk is lucky with anything. And yes, indeed, the color coordination on the stalk is insane. It really looks like something out of a comic book or something. I'm not even sure what. They really are fascinating birds. Just like well, any bird really, I guess, but like a lilac-breasted roller as well. You know, they're not so comical, but the colors on them are just ridiculous. But of course, we've seen some beautiful birds, beautiful animals, beautiful interactions today on Escape to Nature. We've seen some lions in Amakhala, of course some rhinos, buffaloes, warthogs, giraffes in Kariga with Rolf, and then we finally saw our elephants this afternoon here in Djuma. Some more elephants in Okokoyo. The name evaded me there for a second. And of course, amazing birds and animals and a lot of different interactions here in Djuma as well. So it's been a wonderful day. Interestingly enough, Mashatu has been the less action-filled for the day. But again, it just shows you, you know, whatever we see, whenever we see it, wherever we see it, we have to be super grateful, because you never know when it's going to be not so busy in a location. So thank you so much for joining us today on Escape to Nature. It's been a beautiful day. We've seen a lot of interesting things, a lot of beautiful animals. And yes, of course, we've had a lot of brilliant questions and comments from all of you. So we really do appreciate that. And please do stay tuned for Penguin Beach and send in more questions, comments. You know, at the end of the day, this is all your experience. So we want to make you a part of it, and we want you to enjoy it. But from myself, Lisa, as well as from Ralph in Kariga, Andrew in Amakhala, thank you so much from all of us. It has been a beautiful day, but please stay tuned for Penguin Beach as well as Sunset Safari. Ta-ta!
And good afternoon to all of our viewers. We are live at Penguin Beach here at Bessie's Bed, Stony Point Nature Reserve. And I'm very excited to be back on this beautiful day. Good afternoon, my name is Kersha. I'm going to be your naturalist for this afternoon. And then behind the lens